Hello. Got my dice. Get ready to play a game.
Did you say you sent a link to the campaign on Roll20?
Yeah, I sent a link to the campaign as well as the Watch Together. So it should all be there.
Y'all ready for the great noise? My favorite noise?
I was born ready.
I don't know if the mic picked it up. Here, let me see if the mic will pick it up now. Are you ready, kids? Did it pick it up that time or no?
No. Well,
Damn, I was rolling. I was dropping my dice onto the table.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
I mean, you could try imitating it with your mouth.
Your trash out.
I don't think you can.
You gotta be talking directly into your mic, and you gotta like drop it while you're speaking.
Yeah, you're right. I just gotta keep talking.
Also, you might want to make sure that your noise suppression isn't on.
It's not. My mic is just weird. I have to edit really open so that it's not picking up my roommate as well.
All right. So, are we all ready to go?
Sure.
All right, let's do this.
Ready?
All right, let me go ahead and switch the music here.
Oh, did you not get my image I sent you?
No, I got your image. I have your token here. Hold on. Let me. Oh yeah, I got to give you permissions to it. That would be a good idea. So your character
Possibly.
is
Might help.
Kane, right? Alrighty. Edited by...
Look at that beauty in the band clothes.
There we go. Alright, Magoo, your character should be usable by you now. Let me know if you can move your token.
Thank you, senor. I don't even see my token.
Yours is
No, there it
the
is.
backseat in the middle.
Sweet, we're good.
Hey, okay, we're chilling. Okay.
Could I ask someone to stream their thing so I can see the Roll20 thing?
Well, here, you can just go to the Roll20 link. It's in the Banded Blades. You can join in if you'd like.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be anyway. Oh, this house.
Alright, let's go ahead and get going. Let me switch the music. Alright. Our story begins in the arid expanse of the Southern Spine, where the sand never sleeps. As a band of blades for hire, you are tasked by your guild to provide protection to political VIPs of the Southern Spine as they travel to the city of Bastion. An annual conference will be held there to discuss the future of the Southern Spine region and the political tensions growing with the nation to the east, Thalos. Rumor has it that the trembling of the sands grows by the day to the east at the Thalian border. A soft, subtle hitch can be heard as the wheels of fate continue to turn around and around as time marches on. The wheels of fate begin to turn once again. Your adventure starts in a carriage, coasting across the sands towards Fort Taith before arriving in the city of Bastion. The muffled sound of wind and the soft hum of the remnant devices underneath the carriage break up the otherwise silent atmosphere. Your assigned VIP, Gerald Merriman, is sitting towards the front of the reinforced vehicle, reading a book. You look to your left and right at the adventurers hired by their respective guilds. And this is where I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, interesting. So, you look over to your left and right, and there's one notable character that everybody seems to look at. A orc-like creature, almost seeming somewhat ghastly, but also somewhat proud. He has a strange blade fixed to his side that he keeps close, staring off into space. Shadowmere, please introduce yourself and your character.
Grundark is a Tall, imposing figure, roughly 6.5 feet. Built tough, built thick, like most half-orcs. This half-orc, though, bears fewer orcish traits. Smaller pointed ears, his fangs less pronounced. His eyes lack the redness of some orcs. This half-orc has a steely, grayish eyes. Hair pulled back into a top knot. He wears unfamiliar armor. Upon his back is a large two-handed sword, not fashioned the same way most two-handed swords. Two smaller swords lay at each side of his waist, one katana, one wakizashi. Also upon his back lay a large oriental bow. His armor, fashioned of imposing visages to frighten his foes. He is Grendark Ronin. This caravan could use for some more room. He kind of uncomfortably moves his legs around, trying to find a good spot.
You see no reaction from Jaral. Jaral is still absorbed in her book, just kind of staring into it. Okay, and then the next character that you notice is a short, rotund dwarf, fully clad in armor, shield on his back, and a mace at his side. Just like everyone else, is currently staring off into space until the silence is broken by a half-orc with a gravelly tone breaking up the monotony. Garamon, please introduce yourself and your character.
My character is Zorn, son of Elrock of Clan Murrock. Holy vestments cover his chain armor, intricately crafted in the dwarven way. The symbol of Muradin hangs on the vestments and from an amulet around his neck. He's reading over a prayer book filled with scriptures and teachings of Muradin, and looks a bit annoyed at the half-orc speaking, interrupting his study. There's plenty of room for me here, he says.
All right, and now... And so, we have a tabaxi fellow with somewhat of a inkish black fur, almost to a mere sheen, and a long tail to boot, draping over the side of the bench fixed against the side of the inner carriage. Having two daggers at his sides, and looking somewhat mysterious and almost roguelike even. He accompanies you along with on the way to the city of Bastion. Magoo, please introduce yourself and your character.
My character is a tabaxi, what appears to be, like you said, a rogue. Goes by the name of Kane. Doesn't really offer up a whole lot of information or a whole lot of greetings. Just kind of minds his own business. As he walks around in like what appears to be like smooth, fluid motion, which you would think would be fitting for his cat-like race.
Okay. And now, go to... Alright. And so, we have a strange cloak fellow with a peculiar belt worn around his waist. A half-elf in nature, seeming somewhat like the scholarly type. Star, please introduce yourself and your character.
My name is Kilsier Mandragoran, son of the mob boss. I was abandoned by my father, and in the process of trying to run away with the one I loved, I lost my arm. So all I have is my belt, my supplies, and the memory of someone gone.
Okay. And now, let's see. So we've gone through 1, 6, 4. Now we have. Okay. And then we have another rogue type with a peculiar jacket with a popped collar and a dagger that just seems like the extension of himself. Gingy, please introduce yourself and your character.
Thank you so much.
My character is Zeal.
Of course, thank you.
Honestly, the most notable thing about him is probably going to be the fact that everything he's wearing seems well worn. It's a little bit tattered, a little bit frayed everywhere. He seems kind of like he isn't exactly well known to nice things. He originally spent most of his life on the streets, so he learned to kind of make do with what he has.
Sure, Santa was there.
And right now he's just kind of cleaning his nails with his dagger.
Okay. Awesome. And last but certainly not least, we have somewhat of a large, imposing man.
Sorry to interrupt your pursuit.
Sure. What's up?
My mouse died and my PC just reset, so I can't. So I'm just going to be in the background listening while you.
Okay.
While I tend to that.
Gotcha. And last but certainly not least, we have a somewhat large, imposing human man clad in armor, a shield and a weapon at his side, looking somewhat serious as everyone is making small talk amongst one another. Dag, please introduce yourself and your character.
Yes, Bexnar is a very large man. Wears a white wolf pelt around his neck, on the collar of his neck. And he carries a peculiar shaped sword. The blade is perfectly square, very front heavy at the tip. He's reading the contract over and over again and looking up occasionally to each of you, rubbing his lips, muttering to himself slightly every now and again, constantly thinking, wondering, when is something going to happen? Why are 6 of us inside this carriage just for one in VIP?
That is a good question, isn't it? And so, it is at this point that your VIP starts to begin to have their wits about them. After an entire day of traveling, Dral finally looks up from her book with a slight look of shock, as if she had forgotten where she was until just then. Swallowing down a look of embarrassment, she cleared her throat and broke the silence. So we should be in Bastion by midday, 2 days from now. This should be a prompt journey. After the conference, I'll be sure to pay you all proper. For now, just keep an eye out. There's been some disturbing reports as of recent.
Do we know how much we're getting paid for this job?
Ah, yes, of course. Here. And she kind of like reaches back into like her back pocket, and she pulls out the a similar contract, except hers is a little bit more detailed. So I will be paying you all at the end of this 5,000 gold per, if I'm not mistaken.
Handsome reward.
Yes,
That's
yes, of course.
generous.
I'm sorry?
That's a generous sum, my lady. What reports have you heard warranting all of this protection and all of the money going to it?
She gets quiet for a moment as you ask this question, and then she clears her throat again. Well, so it appears that there are more frequent reports of striders relaying back and forth along our planned route. We considered possibly taking the longer routes, but that would mean that we'd be late to the conference several days from now. Were there any more questions? She kind of looks around nervously. She sets her book down at the side on the bench.
What are your expectations for this conference? What do you hope the outcome is?
Honestly, I hope that we could continue trade with the East. As it stands, the cities are split in two parties, really. One wants to declare war on the nation to the east, Thalos, for resources, since we are very much sorely lacking in relying on that nation in particular for all of our goods, other than Remnant, of course. However, I am on the side of peace. I think that we can negotiate, and possibly with the help of our explorers that are working on traveling out west beyond the Maw, we might be able to find resources and possibly reduce our need for Thalos. But we'll just have to see.
What do you foresee preventing you from accomplishing your goal?
Those who are in favor of war, those individuals, those politicians, if you can call them, are somewhat aggressive in their agendas. I'm not particularly saying they'll do one thing or the other, but I think having all the extra security is a good idea. And that's all I have to say on the matter.
So you said you'll pay us at the end of the... What is the end of this? Are we transporting you there and back, or just there?
That is a good question. So you will be taking me all the way over to Bastion. You will be my security detail during the conference. And then once the conference is then finished, you are all free to go and you will be paid at that moment. There are teleportation circles present in the city of Bastion that are available for VIPs specifically. So, escorting me back won't be necessary. And so then at this point, you can kind of, you can hear the nervous stammering of the individual sitting in the front, who is currently navigating this strange carriage, if you can even call it that. And then he kind of looks through the grate that is really the only outside access between you and that individual. So it's kind of it's just basically a metal box with some bars where you can kind of see a fraction of his face as he turns his face to the side. Madam, there's trouble on the horizon. Striders!
Stop this ride.
I'm sorry?
Stop the ride.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I look out the window.
And as you look back behind yourselves, you'll then notice that there are some disturbing figures that are turning up the sands behind you. It seems like there's a slithering nature to it. As the figures get closer, you start to notice that there are all sorts of forms, really. There's claws, hands, beaks, horns, the scales of dragonborn, the flaky anthropodic figure of spider legs. It's all sorts of things, but they're all made from sand. And as they grow closer, they suddenly start to jolt with even greater speed as they start to catch up with your carriage. And you see...
Yeah.
Moment, please.
While they're gaining on us,
Mhm.
can I do a thing?
Yeah, sure. What did you have in mind?
I want to take, like... We're on, like, wooden seats, correct?
Yep, wooden seats and the floor is metal.
Okay. I want to break a little piece of the wooden seat off and use my tinderbox to light it on fire and just kind of drop it out the back of the carriage.
Okay.
Just to see what happens when they run over it.
So you just want to break like a tiny piece off?
Not tiny, like kind of stick size, probably about like 3-inch piece, you know, something that'll burn for at least long enough for them to get to it.
Okay. Do you have a tool to break that off, or are you gonna kind of just like saw it off with like your dagger? Are you gonna like kind of like carve it off of the?
I'm gonna more kind of pry it off with the dagger,
okay,
if you will.
Gotcha. So you go ahead and you pry off a piece of wood off of the bench, and then you go ahead and you use your tinderbox. You go ahead and you set the stick aflame. You kick the doors open, letting them fly out in the wind, and then you. So essentially, you're dropping the flaming stick on the ground, and you want to see what happens.
Just drop it behind me, see what happens as they run towards it.
Okay. So as the carriage is riding along, and you drop the flaming stick on the ground, the striders just ignore it. They just kind of like, they just plow over it, and sand kicking up everywhere. It almost just extinguishes it immediately as this horde just comes riding in towards your carriage.
How fast are they gaining?
So currently, right now, the carriage is moving at about 60 feet per second. These striders are sticking to you, like they're moving at the same speed right now. However, like this is just right as they're about to dash, like they're about to bolt and close the gap. So they'll basically they're right on you essentially.
Doors are still open, correct?
Yep, the doors are open as you drop the sticks. Do you close the door?
Okay. No, I want to just climb on top and kind of sit on top of the carriage.
Okay. And as these doors are open, you...
tell?
Sorry, this question?
Sorry.
It's okay,
Can we tell if there's like any reason for them following us, or just interest?
So they're following you mainly because well, actually, this would be common knowledge. Those of you who are from the Southern Spine, you know that the Striders are an unknown series of creatures that originate from the north, and they're almost plague-like in their nature. Essentially, when one consumes a living creature, it then creates another creature in the visage of whatever was just consumed. So if someone were to fall, for example, if our half-orc friend here were to fall to these Striders, he would then be resurrected as a sand version of himself, and would then be wandering the Southern Spine for the rest of his days.
Unlikely.
So do we, having been the denizens of the Southern Spine, would we have any foreknowledge on why? I mean, is it just random whom they follow?
Yes, it's completely random for the most part. However, there are suspicions that that noise attracts them. Their sense of sight is quite limited, so basically any vibrations to the sands or anything that gets disturbed, even though that this craft is technically floating, just the gusts themselves are enough to at least indicate where something might be, and then they all hone in towards that direction.
Are there any theories of targeting?
Theories of targeting? You do
so
not know.
Using them to target?
Mm-mm.
I would like to just, kind of in a situation, so I would like to just do a little investigation of the carriage in of itself. See if there's anything that seems as if it shouldn't fit.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an investigation check. Okay. You look around at the floor, underneath the benches, at the walls, the ceiling of the inner chassis, and you can't seem to find anything particularly out of place at this time.
Okay.
However, you are running out of time. It'll be any moment before these striders are right up against your carriage. And if there is nothing else anyone would like to do, we will start initiative.
I would like to...
Am I... Go ahead, Jordan.
I was going to say I would like to stand at the door and ready my blade. First one.
So,
And have I made it on top of the carriage?
No. But as you open the doors, you can now see that there is a platform as well as some open catwalks and circular platforms that you can navigate around.
So I was not able to get on top of the area we're in now?
No, not yet. You'll have to do that after initiative.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, as an artificer, would there be any way for me to have an object that emits sound?
An object
on my
that
person?
emits sound. Unless you already have that on your person beforehand,
Okay.
you currently do not. So unless you're able to create it within 6 seconds, so basically a turn, unfortunately you do not have it at this time.
Who just asked that question, by the way?
That would be Star.
Star, was that an inner monologue or an outer monologue?
Yeah, are you saying this as
Are you saying this out loud?
That's not this character. I'm just
Okay.
curious.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. It's a shame.
Alright,
I'm just gonna take out my
and so
Warhammer.
we will start initiative. Go.
As we're starting initiative, I just want to ask a question to the party. Anybody got a rock?
Good question. What you gonna do with that rock?
Well, I've got a mess kit, which I'm assuming is either copper, tin, some form of metal, and a rock, if someone has it. That sounds like a pretty good, impromptu maraca, if you will.
Uh-huh.
Sound device.
Would you like a
Ah.
wooden stake? I've got 9.
A what?
A wooden stake.
I don't know. Percy, I'm going to ask this as a question purely to you. Is the mess kit, am I correct in the assumption that it's some form of metal?
Yeah, it's like a tin box essentially.
Okay.
I've got caltrops you can use.
You got
Oh.
caltrop? Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
ooh, a shaker.
Impromptu
Then I'm gonna
rock.
get. Then while we're rolling initiative, I'm gonna get 2. Do you have multiple caltrops? Could I get 2?
Yeah, I've got 20 of them, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna get 2 caltrops if I can.
Wait, so
Well, that
do I-
works on turn order.
How would I roll for initiative?
So
If you go to your character sheet, it's in between your AC and your speed.
mine,
and you would just go ahead and click the number. Oh my.
Oh, dang it, Kane.
Sorry.
No, you're good. We have the same thing. I just don't know what to take as the first. Yeah, so while all this is happening, I'm gonna go ahead and take 2 foot of rope, 2 caltrops, and my mess kit, and turn it into a sound device.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, I'm still not exactly sure how I'd roll. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. So if you have do you have Beyond 20 as your Chrome extension?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you go to your character sheet on D&D Beyond, if you click your features and traits, that adds as a refresh button that updates the information. And now if you go up towards the top, you'll see that there is a an initiative box. It'll be a tiny like jewel-shaped box at the top center. It'll be right next to your armor class, and it'll be just below your proficiency bonus. It should be just a singular box with a number in it. It should be like something like 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. That should be your initiative, so if you go ahead and click that number, it should then show up in Roll20. Alright, I'm just adding initiatives here. Give me a moment. Where are you?
I know I made my character on Dungeon Master.
Ah, yeah.
So I rolled it on Beyond, D&D Beyond, but I don't see it in the roll 20.
Okay. So then, if you do you know what your modifier is, Star?
I can pull up the.
I could also just pull up your character sheet as well here. Kelsier. Okay, so your initiative is +2. So if you want, you can go ahead and roll your d20. On the bar to the side, you'll see there is a dodecahedron icon. Hover over it, and then just go ahead and click d20. That'll roll a d20 for you. And then we'll just add the 2. Ooh, okay. Nice. Grindark rolls a 17 there. Love that. And then we see we got Sarn, who's got a 5. Okay. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then last but not least we have I'm sorry, how do you pronounce your character's name again?
Kelsier?
Kelsier, I'm sorry. Then we Kelsier, who's rolled a 13. Got it.
I'm vibing with the music.
Oh yeah, it's a good vibe.
Legendary.
Alrighty. Okay. And now we are starting. So they go ahead and they are about 30 feet off from where you currently see them. So from the screen, they're 30 feet out west. I'll go ahead on. I'm sorry, say again?
I don't think anyone said something.
Oh, okay, I thought somebody said something.
I think you might have heard my roommate.
Oh, yeah, I'm probably hearing someone's background. Anyways, so they're currently 30 feet away. So they're going to use their turns to close in for movement until they get closer. I will be updating them as the turn order goes through. So, first in the turn order, Zeal, what do you do?
Was I successful in my little noise device?
Making your noise device? Yes, you were able to make your noise device with the combination of a mess kit, a steak, and a mess kit, a steak, and some caltrops. You have made yourself an improvised maraca.
Perfect. So what I want to do, and you said it is my turn, correct?
Yep, it is your turn.
Okay, I want to use my 30 feet of movement. I don't think I'll use the full thing, but I want to use my movement to get over to the... if we're looking at our map, the upper right, that little circle that's a part of our caravan.
Uh-huh.
There? Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to throw... Would that work? Am I 30 feet? If not, just as close to there as possible.
So they're about 70 feet away from you.
Yeah. But like that's good on my 30 feet of movement. I'm fine.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. Hard to the like right and backwards. I'm gonna throw my little maraca.
So you're throwing your maraca at them?
Not at them. God, I forget how to do the little ping thing.
Oh, if you select your pointer at the top of the bar in the top left, it's just a little arrow. Now if you click and hold down anywhere on the map, it will ping. Ah,
I think
okay.
it's letting me ping. Is it letting me ping? I don't think it's letting me ping. Yeah, just basically to the right of me.
Okay. So like generally in this area right here, you're gonna drop it?
If you see that circle that just got put on the map right there, like that tiny little circle. I don't know.
Yes, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, there.
All right.
Yeah, because it's not letting me ping. I just did that. Easier. But I want to throw it to right there and see if they veer off their swings.
All right, you got it. So you go ahead and you throw your improvised maraca off the side, away from the caravan, and it just clamors and it rolls around and it makes quite a bit of noise until eventually the improvised device pops open and the caltrops spill all over the place, all over the sand. And it appears that most of them have not been distracted by this whatsoever. They're still coming toward you. However, the one closest to the sound suddenly gets distracted and worms its way over the maraca and then just kind of like rolls around the ground in circles, kind of like a dog as it like tries to figure out the source. That one is distracted for the time being.
Then before I end my turn, I'm just gonna kind of look over at the party and yell at them. Y'all get the idea? And that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Kane, you're up.
Alright, so curiosity, this vehicle. So these outer circles, these are platforms?
Yep, they're platforms, and underneath there are strange devices fueled by remnant, which is a gem-like resource that causes it to propel upwards. But otherwise, it's mainly stone and metal that make up these platforms.
And these creatures are made of sand?
Yep, they're made out of sand.
Are there any sort of like holes in the sides to shoot out of or anything of that nature?
There are no ports through the walls themselves. There's just the grate that allows you to communicate with the man in the front, and then there's the doors in the back, as well as these catwalks and platforms around the outside.
Okay, well I'm gonna step out around here so as to not block the door. I'm curious, so I am gonna take a shot. I'm curious what will attack me do.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pull out my short bow and shoot. Oh, that's awful.
Ooh. And so you shoot your bow, the arrow glides through the air. You can see it kind of wave from left to right as the wind hits it. And then finally a gust hits it and starts to tumble as the side of it hits one of these striders. It tumbles slightly from the impact, but then continues on and begins to continue gliding along the sand towards you.
Okay.
Would you like to move, or do you have a bonus action you'd like to do?
No, I think that's going to be my turn at this point. I'm curious to see.
Okay. Fexnar.
Well. I guess I'm just gonna put myself right in the path. Stand in between them and the door and just ready to attack. First one in range. And that's all I'll do this turn.
Gotcha. What are you hitting them with?
Greatsword.
Oh, okay. So you're holding your action, waiting for the first one to come in range?
Yes.
Gotcha. You got it. Alright. Grundark. What do you do?
Let's get up off of my seat. You said they're like 70 feet away?
Yep, they're 70 feet away.
And I can't control my icon. Is that supposed to be that way?
Here, hold on. Let me work on giving you permission here. Grundark. Ah, yes. Here we go. Alright. And then let me go ahead and... are you able to toggle it now, or...?
Sure
Perfect.
can.
Okay.
And you said it looks like they're getting ready to do a dash or a big push this round?
That's correct.
I'll look over at, what's his name? Is it Vexnar? Vexar?
Vexnar, yeah. Vexnar is right here.
Give him an approving nod and pull out my two-handed Nodachi, and I'll stand beside him.
We're both so tall.
I'll ready my ready an attack action as well when they close within the distance.
Alright, you got it. Alright. Kelsier, what do you do?
I go to stand in front of our VIP
Okay.
and start to pull my belt out.
Oh?
And I have it holding in my hand. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. And so, whoever is still in the carriage, you see all of a sudden you see Kelsier, this strange elf man, he starts to remove it, and at first you think it's odd, and for a moment, even the VIP, she doesn't quite understand. She kind of like starts to like cover her eyes, just like thinking like, what are you doing? And then you can hear tink 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 as the individual pieces of his belt start to unravel into a whip-like form. As you can now see that there are these tiny, intricate pieces of blade, all strung together into one long whip. And now, Zarn, what do you do?
I'm gonna sit there and continue reading the scripture and just
He's reading about God.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at the lady and say, "Don't worry, my lady. Nothing of Thunderstone will touch you so long as we're here."
I'm gonna growl at you in Dwarvish, be like, "You could at least bless us, Dustbeard."
I could bless one of you, but which one? I say as I chuckle and just keep reading.
Someone that's not me.
Alright, would you like to bless somebody this round, Zarn?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, just...
Alright.
I love it.
And now, it is the Sand, it is the Sand's turn. The Striders are coming. The Striders
actually, could I take that?
Oh, do you want to take that one back?
Yeah, I just to make him feel better, I'm gonna cast... Can I cast a light on Drexel?
Sure.
Now you're black.
Oh my gosh.
Ugh.
Alright.
Back there reading his fiction.
Alright, so you go ahead, you cast that. You said onto Kelsier? Or who are you casting this
I
on?
can't. Is it Drexel? Is it Drexel? Is that right, Dag?
No, it's Vexnar.
It's
Oh,
Vexnar.
Vexnar, sorry. Vanessa. Yeah, sorry, Vexnar.
Okay, so you cast that onto Vexnar, and now is the Strider's turn. The Striders are going to go ahead and they're gonna dash and they're gonna cling on to the chassis here. You see them; their movements are violent as their bodies whip around and twist as they finally make contact with the party. And at this point, they come up in this order: 1, 2, and 3. So the first one comes up. Now, let's see who readied their attack first. That would be Vexnar. Fexnar, go ahead and roll your attack that you held.
All right. Oof.
So you swing out wide. The blunt side of your blade ends up hitting the strider. The strider kind of bucks their side, reflecting it off of themselves, and you almost lose control of your blade, but you still have it in your grasp. And now we have Grundark. Please roll your attack.
I will lunge forward with my Nodachi and take a swipe.
And as your greatsword held, poised in your hands, you slice through this first strider as the top half of his body makes contact. You gain purchase on the strider. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alright, that's my great weapon fighting. I can reroll 1s and 2s.
Ooh.
I rolled. Oh, it doesn't actually. I gotta redo because I can't see what the value of my dice are if I roll it that way through D&D
Okay.
Beyond, apparently. So it's 2d6 plus 4.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll re-roll the 4, so I've got 8 plus 3, 11 damage.
Okay. So, you swing down right into the core of the strider, and it stops for a moment before you finally gain the might to slice all the way through the strider as his body tumbles and falls apart in two, as you see that it becomes a part of the sands, as you quickly see it fade away in the distance. This strider is...
Sand off of me.
Yeah, alright, okay. I like the style, let's go. And the strider is dead. Alright,
Alright,
Zeal.
so like it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I am going to use my short bow
Okay.
and put one into the attempt to put an arrow directly into the leg of the strider that's in the middle.
Okay.
Let me pull through my short bow. Pull it up.
Ooh, nice.
19
Roll damage?
per hit.
Mhm.
And rolling damage. Okay, let me roll damage. Sorry.
So should I just tell Sophia about what's happening to her?
Okay. 11. Nice damage.
Should I just tell Sophia what's happening to her?
So you go ahead and you shoot your arrow. It glides through the air, curving in a C as you're trying to lead your shot. It goes over your party members' heads before landing straight into one of these striders, causing it to tumble backwards. Although it absorbs some of the damage, it is unable to withstand it all, and tumbles backwards and becomes one with the sand. That one is dead.
Well, that was a waste of an arrow, and I end my turn.
And you notice that finally, the one that was distracted by the improvised maraca, it's now got its wits about them. They're hearing this combat in the distance. The sound now created, it starts to slither its way back. It's not going to move yet on this turn, but just kind of show you, this one is going to move here in the next round.
Gotcha.
Okay. Kane. You're up.
Alright. Well, I've got this one right in front of me. I'm going to go ahead and swipe at him with my short sword.
I didn't mean to do that, sorry.
It's all good.
Okay.
24?
Ooh. Yep, that definitely does hit.
5 damage.
Nice. So, with great poise, you raise up your short sword, flicking and slashing, cutting away at the sand. Although of its nature, of its creation itself, it resists some of this damage. It does affect it quite a bit, chipping away at its body itself. It is now bloodied. Alright.
Alright.
Vexnar.
I'm just going to swing on that one that's in range.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Great sword. Does that have a 10-foot reach, or is it just 5?
It's 5.
It's 5? Oh, okay. So you like kind of like... Oh wait, no, I forgot. You're right here. I was looking at...
I'm here.
Yeah, I was looking at Grundar for a second. My bad. So you go ahead and you raise up your great sword. You swing it around yourself wide, spinning the wounded Strider around. As finally you can see, it tries to gain speed once again, but the sand in its midsection begins to pour out before just becoming a mound on the ground, fading into the distance. And this Strider is dead.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
I'm going to move out here just in case.
Grundark, please roll me a perception check. Okay. You try to take a look at the battlefield around you, but the sand is kicking up into your eyes, and it's making it actually quite painful to even be out here in the open winds. You don't notice anything other than the sand strider in the distance here. And at this moment, you then hear the driver in front say, "We're almost there! Just a little bit longer! 30 seconds! Maybe!" He says as he continues to focus on whatever is in front of him. You can now see in the distance that there's this faint glow of teal on the horizon. And it's at this point you see that more Striders are coming in the near distance. These Striders are active on the board. Hold on. Ignore that.
I'm glad you said ignored that, because I got real scared.
Yeah, don't worry. They didn't just like pop out of the ground there. Yeah, no.
Like, what?
Yeah, no. These are just coming into view. Like they're gaining in. Now you have another 4 that are about to make their way up to the up to your carriage. All right, Grundark, what do you do?
I will ready another action in case that one that was distracted comes up.
Okay. So you're readying your action. Kelsier, what do you do?
I stay where I am, but I flip the switch on my sword.
Okay.
And it suddenly collapses, or suddenly slides all into one, whip becoming sword, preparing to fight.
Okay. So then you're holding your action then for in case anybody comes into the carriage?
Yes.
Got you.
Oh shit, I wasn't.
Alright, Sarn. What's it gonna be?
I'll go ahead and put my scrolls away and walk up to between these. This is the only entrance to the.
Yep, that's the only way into the carriage.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and walk up to them and start humming a little dwarven battle hymn, and just ready my shield and warhammer for if one gets close.
Okay. Are you trying to occupy the same space as Fexnar there? Oh no, never mind. Fexnar moved. I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Fexnar here. Gotcha. All right, so you're singing a little tune on the back of the carriage.
Yeah, I'm in pretty good spirits.
All right. I like it.
I'll just ready an attack for if one comes up.
Okay. And so the Striders then begin to close in. The first one. It comes up to the one of the rear parts of the caravan, and at first you think that it's going to attack you, Fexnar. However, instead of doing so, you see it begin to swirl and ram itself into the platform itself. It seems to be aiming for the underside. And now, all of a sudden you see Zeal. You see the same thing on the other side. Another one closes in, pelting away at the platform. And then finally, one more closes in. Grundark, please roll your attack. Alright, roll damage.
Getting it.
Let's go.
Oh.
Oh my god! Alright.
Whoa.
And so flicking and flailing around, it gets so close to your ally's face, up to your dwarven friend's face. It almost looks like it's about to knock its helmet right off with its sheer body before being struck down straight into the earth and rolling away and fading into dust.
Read about that in your scrolls.
Close aim, orc.
Alright. Zeal, you're up.
Yeah. I'm gonna move to right here. I can't. Oh, wait. I gotta select you again. I'm gonna move right here. And I'm gonna just kind of lay down over the edge looking at it. And would you say it really notices me?
It knows you're there, but it's not even bothering to attack you. It's hitting the bottom of this platform. It's trying to go for the remnant devices underneath.
So it's just not paying attention.
Correct.
But it knows I'm.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's dead.
Yep, this one is dead. I'll go ahead and remove it from the board.
Well, then I'm gonna take a rapier and just jam it down into this thing's like head area.
All right, roll to attack. Ooh, nice. Okay, roll damage.
Yep, my damage is that.
Ooh, nice. It sees you peek over the side of the platform. It looks up at you a moment, and it just hisses at you, or at the closest that you could describe a hiss. It's really just sand grinding against one another to make these weird, strange scratching sounds at you before lunging your rapier straight down its throat and causing it to unravel itself. That one is dead.
Okay, and then now I'm going. Give me a second, I have to measure something. Okay. I'm gonna go here. I'm just gonna get myself up off of like this area where I was laying back to here, and just kind of start twiddling my thumbs, relaxing at this point.
Okay. And it's at this time that you hear the driver in the front. He says, I have an idea! Someone come help me! And you see, like, he lets go of, like, the reins, if you could even call them that, and they kind of just float freely, and he kind of clambers to this weird hatch over on the side. He just pries it open with his dwarven strength, and you see he's reaching inside now, and he's manipulating something. And now, Kane, it is your turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and knock another arrow and take a shot at this one right here.
Okay.
20?
Ooh, that hits. Roll damage.
5 damage.
5, nice. So you go ahead and you knock your arrow, you fire it straight into him, no effort put forth whatsoever, just with ease. It causes it to kind of drift away from the platform before it tries to hiss back at you and then clings right back to the platform, continuing to pelt away at the underside. It is bloodied. Vexnar.
Alright.
Okay. I'm gonna take a step, and I'm gonna swing on this one.
Okay.
With
Roll
the
it.
greatsword.
Damn, we have some hard
Right.
hitters here. Okay. So your greatsword, you're swinging it around. You're basically playing golf with it practically because of this pesky strider that's underneath your platform. You swing wide, knocking it over to the side. It tumbles away, almost passing by your allies, allowing them to see a pretty view of some strange sand as it floats away into the wind. And that one is dead.
And
I'm just gonna yell across the platform.
for my
You're
bonus
supposed to yell 4!
for my bonus action, I would like to try to distract this guy, and I'm just gonna yell at, just gonna like,
Just yell at it? Okay.
yeah.
You go ahead and you yell at it. You just belt a loud roar at it, and for a moment it just gets distracted, and it kind of just like looks up to you, and then proceeds to look back down, and then is gnawing back at the underside of the platform. All right.
They're trying to ground us. Yell.
Grundark.
And the...
I shouldn't have stepped here.
I can't, even if I dash, I can't make it there. There's no way over to here through the carriage itself.
There's no
I'd
way
have
through
to-
the carriage
Have to
itself.
run around the platforms.
Yeah. Alternatively,
Just-
you can
just-
climb over the top.
You can just use that dwarf as a stepping stool.
I mean, you technically could. So the height of the chassis itself is 10 feet. So you'll have to use 10 feet of movement to climb up if you do decide to do that. And then the remaining distance should be enough to get over to the dwarf.
Okay, I will do that. I'll attempt to go over there and grab the reins, or attempt to go over there and help him, whatever he needs help with.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll use
There's-
my move action and my action to do that.
Okay, perfect. So then you will be. So you're trying to move right about here. Is that correct?
What do you need, pink skin?
I need here. I need your sword. I need you to stick it right here. And so he's pointing at like a strange, like you're looking down into like the contraption, and you can't really make heads or tails of it, but you see the gap he's talking about. There's a strange gap underneath a strange teal glowing stone.
So, am I able to use a free action to interact with it and stick the sword there?
Yes, you can.
I'll do that.
Okay. So you lunge your blade straight into the device, and then he says, "Now pull!" And with your free action, you pull the blade down. It causes the stone inside to start to crack before you see this crackle and arcs of light begin to flow everywhere. You see the lights from underneath each and every platform begin to glow bright teal, like almost blinding, as all of a sudden you hear him say, "Hang on!" And suddenly the whole entire craft begins to jut forward and begin to dash at lightning speeds straight towards what you can now see as some kind of outpost. You can see a perimeter of crystals all around it with a strange series of walls that seem to have been improvised at some time or another, and you're about to lunge straight into it. What do you do?
Percy, question.
Sure.
This jut forward doesn't cause myself and Vexnum to fall off, right?
Nope, you guys don't fall
Okay.
off. But you sense that things are about to get really, really messy real soon.
It's
Okay.
like we're crash?
Yep. You're getting ready for a crash.
Race for impact.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Oh shit! How far away are we?
So you're.
Like, how many rounds would I think?
So in terms of rounds, you are currently. So we just passed the next top of the order. So you're about 4 rounds away.
Try to get back into the reinforced inside of the caravan, and I'm gonna brace and get by Kelsier and try to keep the political dignitaries safe during this crash.
Okay, so you used up your movement for this round, so that so at this point you're moving so fast that you are out of combat, so you can all discuss freely how you want to prepare before you crash into the outpost.
Okay. So you said we're free to do movements and things?
Correct.
Cool. I'm gonna move right here and then take out my grappling hook and my rope.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna, this like whole support beam that I'm like standing on now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wanna wrap it with the rope 4 times near the end that isn't on the side of the grappling hook.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll kick the grappling hook off the side, like behind the craft, and on the opposite side. How high up would you say the like support beams are, if you had to guess?
The support beams, they curl.
How high off the ground?
Off the ground, they're about 10 feet off the ground.
Yeah. So the grappling hook goes off one side. I'm gonna be hanging by the rope, like right here, off of the support beam.
Okay.
Trying to brace while this grappling hook is like behind us.
Okay. So you're tying the grappling hook off to the beam.
Yep. And then I'm using myself to help brace the rope against the grappling hook's pull.
Okay. Okay. So you throw the grappling hook off, and you start to get some drag. You feel a lot of resistance, and you begin to like try to hold on tight. Go ahead and make me an athletics check.
Yeah, athletics. After all the combat, I'm gonna fall the hell off.
Only one way to find out.
Said athletics. Boom.
Wow.
Nice. Oh my god! No fucking way, dude. Alright.
I hope you know, that's a nat 20 with a modifier.
Yep.
We love to see it.
Oh
Just
my!
let me verify that.
So, have you ever seen Have you ever seen the first Spider-Man with the
train?
Yeah, with the train.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
that's
no,
what I'm doing.
No, with Tom Holland. So when he's trying to hold the ship together, with his webs, and he's basically being stretched and quartered. This is essentially what happens to Zeal. Zeal's holding onto one of the supports on the chassis itself, while he's holding the other with the rope wrapped around his wrist. He's feeling massive amounts of drag as he's holding the hook, and he feels like he's practically being torn apart, but he holds on. He holds true, And if you don't mind me adding, you look behind yourself, you look at our dear cleric over here, and you're like, "Can I get a hand?" As you can feel that the entire vehicle is trying to resist. It slows down slightly.
I will look at our dignitary, who I'm trying to protect, and say, "You know, we're all probably gonna die here right now, right?"
No.
I've been prepared for that. Can you please prevent that from happening, to the best of your ability?
I'll just brace and try to absorb more damage.
She clings to the corner because she's like, this is fucking insane. She's
So
curled up. Mm-hmm.
So, as Remnant touched,
Yeah.
is there any way that I know how I can affect machines that have remnant in them, or is it kind of just random?
Ah, I'm glad you asked. So, this is actually common knowledge to all of you. So now that you are all taking a moment to plan, as you look at each other, you notice a little bit more closely that Kelsier's vasculature is glowing. There is this faint teal, stronger now than before, now that his heart rate has gone up. The adrenaline and the thrill of battle around him. He's glowing quite bright, and you can even see it under his undergarments. He's quite bright as well. You all know he's Remnant Touch. Remnant Touch have an effect on Remnant devices, causing an interference with them. If he gets too close to anyone in particular, specifically about 5 feet, like he's like literally standing right next to it, practically about to touch it, it will cause interference with it and cause the device to short out for a brief period of time.
So, I just have to be close to some remnant? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, to any of these devices. So either here, here where this dwarf is standing, or any of the platforms, you will cause an interference with it. So, for example, if you stand here and you reach underneath the platform, you'll cause interference. This will shut down, and that platform will start to drop.
Is there anyone else who's remnant touched in our party?
Anybody?
I think I am. Oh, you said to put it in your notes if you were, right?
Correct. Yep.
I am not.
Okay.
Nay.
Anybody else?
Nope.
Alas, I did not.
All right. It's just you, Kelsier.
Good question. I just have a quick question. How hard would it be for him to get to me?
Sorry, your voice faded out there towards the end. Say again?
How hard would it be for him to get to me?
To get to you? Are you talking about Kelsier to get to you?
Yeah.
It should be pretty easy. He's even though the vehicle is moving quite fast, the platform is still level enough for him to freely walk around.
Oh, okay.
So, could it be my blood that affects it, or does it have to be like me?
I cannot answer that.
That is an interesting question.
You have time. Now's the time to try things.
You're not gonna blow up, are you?
Okay, well, I'm gonna dash over to Zeal and be like, I got you, and help him out.
Yeah, there we go. And so you also grab a hold of the rope. You're both hanging onto the chassis, making sure to hold on to that grappling hook for dear life. Sometimes the grappling hook kicks up into the air as a rock makes it glance up before landing smack dab back in the ground again, creating more drag. You're holding on for dear life as slowly, just barely noticeable, but you are slowing the craft down slightly.
Okay.
I grab a piece of wood from the side from where it was torn, and I slice my palm open, and I put some blood, and I give it to Kane, and I say, try to go for the how would I put, like, where that one sand thing is? Yeah, like the back ones.
Ah, okay, I got you. Yeah, this Strider here, this one is long gone. You guys are moving so fast, there's no way it can catch up. It can only, even with a dash, it only moves at 120 feet. You guys are moving way faster than that right now.
Alright, well, if I wanted to ask him to go over there, how would I describe that? That'd be like left, right, or?
You would just say like south, southwest,
Okay.
and then you could ping on the platform. If you choose your pointer in the top left, it should look like an arrow. Just click that to highlight. And now if you click anywhere on the map, like click and hold, it will cause a ping effect, so you can point out where you want them to go. Yep, just like that.
So I give Kane a piece of the board that has my blood on it, and I ask him to go here, while I go over here.
Ping one more time where you want me to go?
Right here.
Alright.
That would be the starboard stern, if you were looking for nautical terms.
No, I just missed the ping.
I think I should just be over there.
Okay.
And then we both kind of watch each other, and I start to go under to the remnant.
Mm-hmm.
And I touch my bloodied hand to the remnant.
Okay. Do you do the same?
Yeah, I would imagine that I climb under there and touch the bloodied board to the remnant as well.
Gotcha. So, as you do this, as you get the blood closer, all of a sudden you see that the blood is glowing like a luminescent teal, and as it just about to touch the device, any device really, you see arcs of light crackle between the two before suddenly the light from the device fades. And as you both do this, you feel the back end begin to drop. You cling on for dear life as all of a sudden the craft drags itself all the way over to the outpost. And just as you feel like you're about to hit the walls, you see the crystals of crystal perimeter pass behind you as you zoom past before just barely coming to a crawl and landing right next to the outpost.
As soon as it stops, I'm just gonna fall into the sand and just lay there.
Use my reaction to catch him.
So congratulations, you guys! You guys made breaks for the carriage. And,
by the way, who caught me?
Yeah.
I look Vexnar in the eyes and go, I'm in pain.
It do be painful sometimes. So, as you come to a stop, and you're all rejoicing that you managed to get out of this alive, you look out into the distance. You can see now there are dozens, maybe 100 of these striders out in the distance, closing in all around you. And you can see as they approach the perimeter of these crystals, this remnant, these large raw pieces of remnant, they stop. And they kind of wander from left to right. They kind of arc their heads from side to side, just staring at you, but going no further than the perimeter itself, before turning around and slithering away.
Well, that's why they hired 6 of us.
I'm gonna go ahead and coil up my rope and my grappling hook.
Mm-hmm.
And put it away.
Well done, mercenaries.
I head to the cabin and grab my sword.
I'm lagging and spoken.
Alright.
Well, dust the remaining sand off my armor and hair.
Okay. And as you all get your wits about you, you can see now that your VIP, Jaral, she's clinging onto the elf right now. She's like holding on. She's like shaking like a leaf, clinging onto him. She's like, "Are we safe?"
Man.
And she's looking at you right now. Still working, Kelsier.
Oh no.
She's looking at you for reassurance right now. Do you say anything to her?
Would I still be with her, or am I still?
Oh yeah. You guys are in the carriage still right now. The crashed carriage.
Through my strained voice, I'm just gonna kind of look her direction and go, "Yeah, we're safe. No thanks to whoever played Fast and Furious."
How dare you?
I say they don't seem to like the remnant, so as long as we stay in this perimeter, it should be okay.
Okay.
As I cut off a piece of my cloak and start wrapping it around my wounded hand.
Okay, good. She pushes you away now, and she gets out of the carriage. She jumps down, and takes a look around at her surroundings. And now that you all have rejoiced and now are calming down, you see this.
Yeah, I did. You did mad.
Let me go ahead and change this music.
The carriage sitting right in front of the gate. Utterly.
Yeah. So as this, yep. Exactly. So as you all come crashing, practically breaking the walls, you guys are that close to it. You notice that that a lady, she is now coming out from this gate down below. I'll ping this for you, so you guys can all see the direction I'm talking about. And you see a strange half-elf-like lady who comes appearing at the gate. And she kind of peeks around, and this is your craft. Your craft is here, approximately, and I'll draw like a little X to indicate like where that is. It's right about here. And she looks over, and she sees you all, and she like kind of squints, and she's like, "Oi, what's all this then?" And then she like is like literally trudging towards you guys now, like no nonsense. She's like huffing and puffing, and she's like looking you guys up and down, trying to figure out what even the hell this thing is.
I'll still come up from over here. We're definitely
a second.
Just leave Zarnal sec.
I'm gonna.
Before she sees me, I disable the sword from my whip and start putting it back around my waist.
Okay.
Can I roll persuasion to just tell you that this is an everyday occurrence?
Okay. So you tell her it's an everyday occurrence?
Yeah. Do I need to roll persuasion for that?
Go ahead and sure roll persuasion.
What do you mean, man? Totally normal. Just going for a drive.
I'll take it.
I'm sorry, I've lived here most of my life. What in the hell is this thing?
What do you use to get around?
We use horses and gliders, and this looks like a big metal glider. How does it get off the ground? It's... She's like very confused. But luckily to your rescue, the stammering man, he comes around. He's still kind of shaking like a leaf. You can practically see his legs are like almost about to buckle because he like is still so frightened. Like he's just coming down from his adrenaline high, and he says, "This is Minecraft. I made it myself. Apologies. My name is Ramul Goldsbrick, at your service. We are escorting Madam Jaral Merriman."
I grab Remel by the shoulder. I just say, "Take a breath, man."
You just grabbed him by the shoulder?
Uh-huh.
Who just grabbed him by the shoulder?
Yeah, that would be Fexnar.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of gesture to you to talk to her. I'm gonna grab the man and kind of walk him away from the situation for a moment, and go, "Hey, about how much did that craft that we stopped cost?"
Wait, sorry, say again?
I'm gonna ask him how much the craft that we stopped cost him to build.
Well, there's, I guess some of it I found, but I guess if you had to put a number on it, it would be, 60,000 gold?
I'm gonna hand him 100 gold and say,
I think this would be a lot more useful in your hands right now.
At least take 50, my guy.
Thank you. And he's kind of just like is staring, like his hands are cupped together. He's staring at the small pile of gold you have handed him, and he's kind of like stunned. He's like, "Did he really just hand me 50 gold?" But then he puts it in his pouch and he takes it appreciatively, or at least politely.
And then I'm gonna kind of keep him away from the woman that's talking to us at the moment.
Okay.
Because he's having a little... So I'm gonna keep him near me.
Okay. So Jaral comes around and she explains herself a little bit more clearly to the lady here and explains what's going on. Apologies. So we are on our way to Bastion. Hello, my name is Jaral Merriman. I'm one of the representatives from Rubica. We were going to Bastion on our craft here, made by my fellow tinkerer, the man who just, okay, but, bye. She sees him walking away, talking to Zeal. And she's like, well, anyways, I apologize. Hopefully we didn't harm anybody and the wall is fine. She kind of looks around the vehicle and looks at the wall and sees that it's fine. She sighs in relief. Okay, so it's fine. We will get it out of the way. We just need to repair it. Is there anyone that might be able to help us in this outpost? And so then the lady then kind of clears her throat and she says, actually, maybe our boy Xander knows a little bit, maybe something that can help you. He works along with the smith over to the north end of the outpost. Here, come with me. And then she guides the party to this hut right here. And I'll go ahead and I'll add your tokens onto the board, everybody, in case there's anything you'd like to do at this time.
I want to know what we see in the in this area that we're walking through.
What is this?
I'm sorry, say again?
What kind of things do we see in the area while we're walking over with her?
So as you enter in through the gates, you can see that the area is quite barren. You notice that there are a few traveling merchants that are there that have posted up shop, particularly in this area. Just kind of making makeshift tents and putting up their tables and whatnot, just to see if they can sell a thing or two to the inhabitants of this outpost. Although there are very few of them that currently reside here. They're just looking to make a quick buck while they're waiting for their mounts to recover from their travel, feeding them water and so forth. Others going into the what you can immediately identify as a tavern over in this area right here. You can hear a couple of people who are kind of laughing. You can hear the clamor of wood as it hits table as people drop their mugs. These are some of the things that you kind of see and hear as you pass by. You also see some of the inhabitants. They peek out of their huts. They crack their doors open. Some of them are looking between planks of wood that are essentially windows, and they're kind of staring at these strange people, those being you, and just wondering.
You said we're over by her, correct?
Mm-hmm. You're all by her. You're all kind of following a path like so, up to up to the smith.
I was just making sure I moved my token in the right spot.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious, do we know what these blue crystals are and how the whole blue crystal perimeter works?
Good question. So this is common knowledge to everyone who lives in the southern spine. Remnant is essentially a crystal energy source that is often used to fuel certain devices and inventions, machinations, and the like. But it is also used as an enhancement tool for spells. If you want to know more, roll a religion check. And this could be for anybody as you're passing by these crystals and entering.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Zeal and Kane, you...
Wait, I'm actually about to roll one too.
Okay.
I have to manually put that stuff in.
Oh, I gotcha.
I just want to know specifically if it can act as a propulsion device.
Mm-hmm. So, oh wow, nice rolls. Okay. So, you all know immediately. You are all well versed in the history of Remnant, living in the Southern Spine, and what you know about Remnant is that 50 years ago, as the three gods fought amongst one another one last time in what was known as the Clash, when they finally ended their battle and disappeared without a trace, they did leave remnants of themselves behind. These strange fragments of bright, glowing teal stone that radiates an energy about itself, called Remnant. As time progressed and civilizations began to build once more, inventors and tinkerers realized that they could use it as an energy source, that it had combustible properties, even strange arcs of light that seemed to cause energized properties about other materials around it, and even enhancing spells themselves. It was very quickly learned that Remnant could be a tool used to accelerate progress, and thus allowed the Southern Spine to survive and, to some extent, thrive in this brutal environment. And that is what you know with those religion checks.
I would like to make a religion check, but found myself in the tavern instead.
Oh, okay. So...
Don't worry, I have that religion too.
Grundark and Zarn, as you guys walk into the tavern, you can see a few patrons that are scattered about. You can see a couple of dwarves there. They're arguing about something or another at the far end of the room at one of the tables. But you also see some people that are very, very much so sticking out like sore thumbs, sitting at the bar. So at this point, does the entire party enter the tavern out of curiosity, or will it just be you two?
She was taking us to see the remnant expert of the village, right?
Mm-hmm.
I stay with the VIP and go to the blacksmith.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with them to the blacksmith.
Okay. So
I would like to continue to ask questions. I'm curious about the remnant crystals and defensive properties.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and we'll cut to the tavern for a brief moment, and then we will cut over to the blacksmith, where we can explore more on the remnant.
Do you want blacksmith people to jump into a different PC for anti-meta purposes?
No, it's fine. You all can be here. I trust that no one here will try to metagame.
Alright.
Okay. So, ooh, Fexnar, are you also joining them in the tavern? Looking for some drink? Fexnar?
My mic was cut off. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yes, I am.
All right. So we go ahead and we cut over to the tavern. As you enter and you look above, there is a wooden sign, a little bit worse for wear. It's wood carved, but you can see that it reads Gwendolyn's Respite. And here you all are. So as you enter in, I don't have tokens for all the NPCs that are currently here, but you can see a good mixture of all sorts of races who are occupying whatever tables and room there are. A couple of them are having their shenanigans, making bets at one end of the room, gambling with some kind of cards, while you see others, they're trying to arm wrestle, and then others are just simply talking amongst one another, just shooting the shit, having banter.
So would we be here, or?
You all followed the elf over to the blacksmith. So you are currently not here at this time. You are, based on the direction, you guys are right about here. Like you're over here in this direction, and you can place tokens for representation. Awesome. Yep. There you go. You're over there.
Just making sure.
Mm-hmm. The IP is there. See, Ramul is there. Okay. I am missing somebody here.
You're missing me.
I apologize, Zio. There you go.
You're all good, man.
And there we go. So you all enter, but then you notice someone in particular, or someone's, over at the bar. The first one you notice is a proud-looking woman, a gnome, looking quite dignified, wearing quite a bit of armor, and has a short sword at her side. Well, more of like a dagger due to her stature. As she slams another ale and drops the mug her mug right down onto the bar. That's more like it. And she stretches her back out, and a more dignified lady who's dressed in a skirt and a white dress shirt with frills on it. She kind of just rolls her eyes, and she seems quite bored. It's like, do you always have to be so loud when you drink? What, don't you have the urge to just go, ah, when you have a nice cold drink of ale? No. Never. And then she occupies herself back with her book that is sitting on the bar. And these are the two that you notice.
My token is missing. Just
oh, my bad. Here, let me go ahead. And...
Sorry, I should say Vexar's token.
Zarn would want to go talk to the dwarves first to ask them something.
Okay. Go ahead. What do you tell them?
Oh, I'd go over there and greet them in Dwarvish and ask them what clan they were from and just do general greetings. And tell them that I'm in the area looking for Sky Shard and ask if they'd seen anything. Heard anything of one falling.
Okay. It's kind of you to use our native language. I appreciate it very much. However, what is... Sky Shard, Sky Shard, Sky Shard...
I call over. No one's ever heard of Sky Shard.
Yeah, what on earth is a Sky Shard? She doesn't really know.
Okay. One of the gems in the sky falls to the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Shouting in Dwarvish again. It's a fairy tale, man.
Wait, Sky... Wait, you actually think that's real?
I reckon it has to be.
Be right back.
Okay, well, she's trying to think, she's trying to recall, and she's like, I guess there was a story I heard a few stops back where there was, I don't know, what is it? Hey, do you remember what they were talking about? And she yells over to the lady across the way. Triss, do you remember? Why are you bothering me with this again? Listen, what are you talking about? A Sky Shard! You're so loud. Sky Shard, Sky Shard. Oh! Yes, Sky Shard. Some crazy kook, I don't know, a day back was talking about, I don't know, a strange Sky Shard, or, I don't know, a glowing rock that was coming from the sky. I think it was somewhere around Kiln. It was between Kiln and the Maw, out west. But that's well over a week in the other direction.
What did you say the guy's name was?
We didn't really catch his name, but he was a strange fellow. Long blonde hair, wore green and gold. He had this cloak on, and he had this strange ball on the ground that he constantly followed around. It was weird. Honestly, kind of unsettling. It kind of rolled around like a dog.
Very odd. Okay, thank you for the information, and I'm going to write that down, just scribble those notes,
okay.
And then I'll buy them each a drink.
Finally, someone who has some courtesy here for important people. You see Triss say as she looks up and now gives you a polite smile. And then as she looks at you, she immediately recognizes you three. You may not know who she is, but she definitely knows who you all are. I see. You all finally caught up. You sure took your time, didn't you? I guess getting, who was it, Merriman over to Bastion was not on the top of your priorities?
No, it was. We just were attacked. As I'm sure you're not surprised.
You crashed that crazy contraption outside, didn't you?
Landed with style.
I would say we more evaded 100 of them striders. That's what I look at it like.
So I see. Well, you're all here now. In case you didn't know, we're about 2 days out from Bastion. And I'm sure you all know who I am. And you say this, but none of you know who the fuck she is. But she still like looks very dignified. She has her nose stuck up in the air. She has her hand on her chest, like proudly. And then after like a long awkward silence, at this point, as a matter of fact, all of the taverns goers grow silent as none of them know who the fuck she is. And then she looks around and starts to kind of blush in embarrassment and goes, I'm Triss Zenomic, obviously. Anyways, I'm here representing the Magic School of Wizardry in Rubica at the upcoming conference. And we left later than you lot, and somehow we got here first. Strange how that works.
I'll blame our driver.
In the distance, you can hear a dwarf sneeze.
What does a dwarf sneeze sound like?
For this strange fellow, goes. That's what you hear. And then this lady here, she kind of just laughs like, do you always have to be so rude to everybody you don't know? Anyways, my name is. Was searching for her name.
Remind me who's talking right now.
It is this lady, the gnome here, the short gnome who was talking over to Zarn just a moment ago. My name is Alira Trinket. I am currently the warden of the depths, next door to Kiln. Also one of Kiln's council members. I will also be representing at the upcoming conference in Bastion. Pleasure to meet you all, and thank you for the drinks. She takes another swig. So, you all are here. I'm assuming you crashed because that noise was incredibly loud. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that man in the corner over there, she points at a random corner of the room at one of the strange fellows, I'm pretty sure he shat his pants. I don't think he's ever heard anything as loud as that.
I checked to smell.
Dude, roll a perception.
Okay, alright. Pretty good at this. Yep.
It smells absolutely rancid over there. He most definitely did.
Yes, he definitely shit his pants.
Yeah, and in fact, you notice that some of his friends that were sitting at his table have backed away a considerable amount.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Up, man.
And so, we then cut over to the party at the blacksmith. And so, you all, or you three, walk over to the forge. Gwendolyn goes ahead and she shows you the way over. And she says, come this way. And she like...
Real quick, I'm not seeing character tokens.
Oh, sure, I got you. So we have... Kelsier. We have Gwendolyn showing the way. We have... Well, Zarn, you're in the tavern. Zeal. There was a Kane. You're also accompanying them as well. And then, last but not least, we have the VIP. So you all arrive. Doesn't take you long. It's just practically a minute away. You all approach the this strange structure. It seems like it was a bunch of improv with clay and hay strapped to the top, with mud bricks around the side. And you can hear the loud sound of cling, 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 as hammer meets anvil inside. And as you peek in, you see this. A rather billowing hot forge in the corner with several implements hung upon the walls, a table with random items strewn about. Several are ornate pieces while others are practical weaponry, simple and martial, as well as a display of weapons and armor that are along cases close to the door. In the corner, you can see a rather intimidating looking dwarf standing right about here, He's working away, turning away from you. He's working on the anvil, just occupying his mind with his work, kind of mumbling to himself. But you notice that he's strange, ashy even, with almost seems not quite real. And so he's hammering away there. But you also see a young boy beside him. He's observing the items on the table. He's kind of organizing everything, and then he picks up a blade and he observes the blade carefully, looking down, just trying to find any imperfections. And then he sees you all walk in. Yes, finally, customers. Hi, I'm Xander, best smith around here. Good to see you all. Are you all here for some weapons, maybe some armor? Ooh, maybe some intricate pieces? Maybe? Possibly? And then you hear...
I have a question for you, Xander.
Yeah, anything.
Are you well versed with Remnant?
Remnant? Oh, you mean like the rocks outside?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a decent amount about them. Why?
So, in your, let's call it professional opinion, do you think Remnant could be used as a propulsion device by chance?
He's not a professional. You hear the dwarf say out loud, as like in between clings, cling, cling. He's just my apprentice.
I peer around as they go, my bad, should I be talking to someone else?
My ears perk up at the thought of a propulsion device with Remnant.
I kind of peer around Xander and look at the dwarf and go, my bad, should I be talking to someone else in this shop?
Well, and he seems kind of embarrassed now that he's been kind of outed, and the dwarf behind him, he's like, yeah, name's Damascus. I'm the best smith around here, and this apprentice sucks. And he clings again really hard. and Xander's like, and Xander is like, come on, Damascus, you don't actually mean that, right? The last time you tried to make something and sell it, it blew up in their hands. Cling! It's like, listen, the idea was solid. Putting Remnant into a sword should work.
So you're telling me this sword with Remnant, correct? It blew up in someone's hands. Was that when they struck on something? Is that correct? Am I completely wrong there?
From what I hear, the guy tried to strike a strider with it. It exploded in his hands, and now he doesn't have any. Cling! Cling!
Well, Damascus, then I have a... let's call it a proposition, or a theory, if you will. Interested?
I'm listening. He's still working. He's not really even looking at you at all. He's a busy man.
Do you think you could find a way? You're aware of what a thimble is, right? Like one for sewing?
Sure, I guess. I don't do anything so dainty such as that. But, cling!
Obviously not. But
yes, I know what a thimble is. Cling!
Okay. Do you think, on a hypothetical, you could make almost a thimble but longer, and you could, if you put Remnant inside it, you could strike it and it could possibly channel an explosion?
And then he clings one more time, and then he stops, and he keeps his hammer on the anvil. And then he, turns around, and then he just, looks at you, and now you can see that, he almost looks like a monster. The way that his beard is formed around, it almost seems like it's just stone as his beard, with beady red eyes that are kind of faintly glowing like embers. And he kind of just, looks you up and down before you just see these ember-like slants as he just glares at you. And he's like, isn't that just basically what a firebolt is?
Yeah, but I'm thinking less magic. I'm thinking maybe I could take this thimble with the Remnant. Maybe put something like a small ball bearing or an arrowhead in front of it and use it as a propulsion device. Do you think it would work?
Well, I mean, you probably could do that, but honestly, you might as well just buy something from Solitude. The city down in Southwest. They're already working on something kind of like what you're describing, and they're the only ones that actually have a good hold over Remnant. Cling! There's,
So, you wouldn't be interested in being, well, the only one around these parts with a new, inventive idea? Something that you could... Something maybe a little bit better than a sword?
He puts down his tools, and then he finally turns around, like, fully, and now is, like, standing right up to you, looking up because of his stature. He says, "Listen, kid, I'm gonna make myself real clear.
Oh, okay.
I am the best that you'll ever see in your lifetime.
Oh,
Ain't nothing gonna change that truth. However,
so if you're the best,
just because I'm the best doesn't mean I got the best materials around. That's the problem, kid."
Okay. Fine. Maybe you don't have the best materials. I could get them for you.
Alright.
Maybe we could make a deal.
Yeah.
The thing I'm looking for, right?
Okay.
I need you to tell me what materials to bring first. Because obviously you're the best. You know what you're doing. My idea, if you will, is if we could have a pipe.
Okay.
Think a pipe, and we could take one of these thimbles, like I'm talking about, that are a little bit longer, some remnant in the back, and then have like an arrowhead or a ball bearing in front, right? We could put it into the pipe, and then find a way to almost hit it with a hammer, like you're hitting your own bill. Do you think, if we did something like that, hitting the remnant directly would cause an explosion that would propel that ball bearing arrowhead out of the front of the pipe?
Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. That's doable. The only problem is that you'd only be able to get a certain amount of shots before, like, well, the barrel is shot.
Well, of course. But do you think we could find something to replace that barrel or that pipe that could withstand the energy? Or maybe even vent it? Like, have a way that some of the energy vents out the side?
Yeah, definitely. I needed some time to do that, and I would need the materials. And he kind of like gestures over to Xander to like go get him like some paper and a quill, and you know he goes over, he like clambers around the table, and then he brings it over to Damascus, and then he starts like scrawling on the page, and he's like, "All right, well first here you're gonna need some adamantium." See, and then you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna need some copper. Honestly, if you just had some copper coins, you can melt those down. You're gonna need a lot of remnant, but specifically, you're gonna need the refined stuff, the stuff that glows like bright teal, like practically blinds you. Not that stuff outside. That's just pure raw remnant. You need the stuff that's inside of them, further inside of them. And it's very small amounts, so you're gonna need a lot of it. You're gonna need probably like 5 pounds of this stuff. Alright, you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Alright, let's see, and then you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna need something to back it that is not going to explode. And he looks at Xander. He's like, alright, you're probably gonna need, my best guess would be, well, he looks at you and he goes, "You're probably not gonna kill one, so you're probably gonna have to buy this. Or, honestly, I don't give a shit how you get it. But you're gonna need a dragon scale to back this thing. It's probably the only thing that's gonna have enough resistance to not immediately shatter on a shot."
Okay.
Alright. And there you go. And then go ahead and make note of that. If you don't have it in your notes, it didn't happen.
Oh, I just put it in the Discord.
Oh, perfect.
I have been writing this shopping list as you know.
Alright.
Yeah, guys, I gotta get going to go see family.
Okay.
But I'll see y'all next week.
Okay.
Right.
See you next
Okay,
week.
I'll take care.
Later, boss.
Drive safe.
Percy, I'm just putting my shopping list in our DMs.
Okay.
Just so we know that it happened. And outside of game, I'm going to take a wild guess and assume you know what I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're trying to make. And these actually do exist in this world. They're just not easy to get. They're very rare.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only place that's that commonly uses it is the City of Solitude.
Interesting. Well,
I stepped.
We're gonna have the best blacksmith. Might as well.
Of course, he's the best. He's got glowing red eyes, man.
He's got forges for eyes.
So, back in game, I'm gonna go talk to the guy who was our driver to get here.
Okay.
And just start kind of trying to wish-wash with him and convince him into giving me one of the remnants that we, well, shorted out on the back of it. Because you said it's a short out. That doesn't mean it's destroyed, right?
Yeah, it'll be operational again. Well, I would say that. However, it dragged against the sands. So your carriage is all levels of.
Well, the bottom of it's destroyed.
Yeah, but you're
the bottom of it's destroyed. But I'd assume there's some of it that's still quote unquote good.
Yeah.
Okay, then
still
I'm going to convince him to give me one of the quote unquote broken ones, since it's obviously useless to him. You know.
Okay.
Persuasion shit.
As you say this, though, Draw clears her throat and she says, well, actually, can we get to the matter at hand of why we're here? We need help repairing our carriage, and we heard that we might be able to get some help here. Ideally, with all the parts still there. And she looks at Zeal.
I'm gonna look her straight in the eyes and go, it's 5 pounds. It's not all of it. You still have some.
It's still
as
a long way to go.
snarky as I can possibly be.
And she like rolls her eyes and like pretends she didn't hear that, and she's like she goes up to the smith and his apprentice, and they're like, well, I mean, it depends on like what it is. And at this point, we fast forward to the scene outside of this wreck, and Xander's like, what in the hell is this thing? And he's like running around it. He's like climbing over the top of it. He's like a kid in a candy store. This thing is awesome! How does this thing work? And he's like trying to reach into bits and things like that, messing around with it. And Damascus is like, just stop, please. he seems like an exhausted father at this point.
Wait, so we're back out by the
embarrassing me.
Yeah, you're embarrassing me, son. Yeah. You guys are outside as they observe the craft. Since you both had mentioned it, they're now curious about what the hell this even is. And Devassy's like, well, listen, do you who made this? Like, and then and so Gerald specifies my
our stammering wonder.
My tinkerer, Ramul, he made it. He's over at the tavern, I think. He would know more. He's like, well, I have no idea how to fix this thing, but I do know how to work some metal. And we got the tools. We could probably do something with that. No guarantees. If we do succeed, it'll be about a day. And I'm no scientist, but... And he kicks the side of the chassis. Looks like you're missing a few bits. Honestly, it looks kind of similar to some of those airship parts. Those are scattered around all over the place. You could probably scavenge some of those. We could probably use those to fix this thing up. But I'm not going out there, so somebody else has to go get it.
I mean, seems like a fun idea.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe you'll go find some adamantium or something. And he like kind of looks at Zeal mockingly.
I look right back at him and go, well, that's the hope, isn't it? And give him a wink.
Yeah. It's gonna be expensive, by the way. So Damascus then explains to you all, like, the parts that you're going to need. He specifies that he's going to need you guys to find an engine, which there might be a salvageable one somewhere in one of these crashed carriers, or just random ruins that are scattered around the nearby area outside of the outpost. And also that you will need some remnant cores, which are basically concentrated essence of remnant in condensed metal containers. Basically, they're batteries. So he's going to need you guys to find those 2 items. And he kind of like points out into the distance where you can kind of see like some strange metal geometry and shards sticking up from out of the sand. Right about over there, there's quite a bit of junk. I don't know if there will be anything useful, but it's worth checking. By the way, do you guys have any raw remnant on you? You know, kind of like the big stones, but smaller.
Hey, really?
Anybody?
Well, if I did, don't you think I would have already handed it to you to get that thing I want?
Alright, kid, here. Let me explain it to you guys. And he reaches in his pocket and he has a few, like, stones, like raw stones, that look very similar to the ones outside, but just, like, fit in his palm. He's got 6 of them in his hand. Alright, listen. So, you go ahead and you wrap this in cloth, because if you hold this thing, it's gonna burn you. Don't hold it with your bare hand. Wrap it in some cloth, keep it on your person. You know those sand things out there? Those striders? Yeah. They hate that shit. It disgusts them.
It's ironic that they hate it and it's the ship on it.
Well, it honestly depends on how close you are to it. It also depends on the exposure. This thing looks like it's covered by multiple layers of some metal and material, and so it's encasing it. So whatever that material is, it's stopping the remnant from emanating out enough to scare them away. But if you just wrap it in some cloth, it still emanates enough energy to kind of scare them off. It only works up to about 15 feet, though. So
I have a random question to ask you. Since obviously you're going to help us with rebuilding this craft. Would it still repel them if possibly in the areas where we use it for propulsion there were windows? Would it help repel them away from the craft?
Windows? I don't, honestly.
Yeah, just an opening where the remnant could they could see it, get mad, piss off, if you will.
Yeah, it should still work. I don't see why not.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. It's just whatever the heck your tinker used to encase these things, it doesn't really emanate much energy at all. It just looks like it just shoots straight down.
I swear to God, if I open this up and find dragon scales.
Alright. Well, anyways, can't really do much work on this until you get that part. And I don't want to fuck anything up, so you're gonna have to go get your tinker to help me out, or at least explain to me how this thing works. So,
do you mind if I borrow one of those raw remnant crystals? You'll get it back, don't worry.
Oh shit, you can take them all. I never venture out. Here.
Perfect.
And he hands you the six remnant shards.
Perfect. Well,
I want those back, by the way.
Absolutely, you'll get them back. We'll be back with them once we get that part.
All right, and then he returns back to his forge, and he kind of like grumbles to his apprentice as he walks away. They're totally gonna die.
It's 28,000.
All right.
Ain't the first time I've heard that one.
Okay, and so do you all meet up with the rest of the party? Unless you guys have any more questions for Damascus.
I was gonna talk to him.
Okay.
I go up to him.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I know you know about firebolts, but how would something like that work with someone who's remnant touched?
Oh, you mean that? Yeah. And he kind of like looks at you, and like normally you're used to people judging you when they see you, but honestly, he's not much better, you know, with the way he looks. Well, yeah, I mean, like, You've tried casting a spell before, right?
Yes, but that's not what I'm looking for.
What are you looking for?
Something similar to a firebolt,
Oh,
but not a spell.
are you looking for what that weirdo was looking for with the tube and the thimbles and the propulsion? And is that what you're asking?
I guess I'm just curious how that would work with any remnant I touch. Kinda doesn't work as well.
That, yeah, it just won't go off. But that also means that you can stop anyone else from making their stick go off, I guess.
Don't you dare jam my gun.
Yeah. I would recommend not touching any, like, remnant objects, like, at least not directly. You could probably exist next to it, you just can't touch it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Don't go touching raw remnant, you fucking weirdo. And he goes back to the anvil. Cling! Cling!
I start walking out and saying, "Wouldn't dream of it," sarcastically.
So since I'm outside, as Star is walking towards me, what is your what is your thing? As Kane, no, it's not Kane.
Kelsier.
As Kelsier starts walking towards me, I kind of toss one of the raw remnant balls that are covered in cloth at him. And just say, "You're gonna need this."
I catch it and stuff it in my bag.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, guess it's time to go get everyone else involved on our little adventure. Let me guess. Where do you think they ended up? You putting bets?
And in the distance, you can kind of hear like the loud, boisterous laughter of like some woman who's like, and then he shat himself all over the floor. Look at him, laugh at him, judge him. Look at him, what a loser! And you can hear the follow-up laughter from some other people as the sound billows out from the tavern.
Oh, this lady too savage.
Alright, and so, you all meet up together at... Oh, whoops, not there. Gwendolyn's Respite. The tavern across the way. Okay. And so, as you all gather together, where is our fellow here? So Ramul is also in the tavern, and he sees you all come back. He says, "Oh, what did you find? Did you find anything? Can we get help?"
Well, I found a couple of things, but first I have a question for you. Okay? And so I'm going to pull him off to the side a little bit.
Can you please don't touch me?
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I just have a question.
Okay.
Or a few.
Yeah.
One, the blacksmith is going to... He said he's fine helping us, but he's going to need a little bit of your help. Obviously, it's your machine, so he knows you know a little bit more about it.
Yeah, it's my baby.
That's...
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then I have a question for you that he was a little bit perplexed by as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Your 4 pillars that you use to propel it up on the outside, right?
Yes. Yeah.
What's on the inside of those that keeps the remnant focused downward?
Good question. Well, you see, there are these special crystals that are manufactured in solitude. They were telling me weird things about proprietary, so they just called them crystals. But I heard them whispering something to each other about what it's really called. It's something called chrysalis. I think that's how they describe. They called it chrysalis. So it's just basically those. I ordered those from them, and at first, I didn't think that it would be useful for anything until I realized that it doesn't allow any remnant energy to escape out. But if you put a gap in the bottom, all the energy gets focused in a direction. And so I thought, okay, so how do I make this stronger? So then I started using runes, and then so he goes like into like really, really far depth. And at this point, you've been listening to him ramble for about 10 minutes about how his propulsion devices work underneath his craft. And then eventually, like, Gerald catches up, and she hears that. She's like, oh, for Christ's sake, not this again. Basically, it's a remnant thing, it encases it, and the big craft goes up. The end.
Okay.
Anyways,
cool.
I'm thirsty.
So
she like goes to the bar and gets a drink.
So I'm gonna keep questioning him, and
Is that a bot?
I'm gonna ask him, do you think he maybe opened up a little bit? Because he was telling us that Remnant will get rid of those sand striders, those things that attack us, right?
Yeah.
What would you think about possibly putting in little areas in your propulsion that would get rid of the sand striders, like open little gaps?
Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah.
And do you think that I could possibly get the extra pieces that we take off for the gaps? Would that be okay?
Yeah, sure. There should be some leftovers. Probably.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so he said that we could probably get it fixed. That's not going to be a problem. Let's go ahead and join up with the rest of them so that I can talk to them about what we need.
Oh, yeah, this way. They're talking to a strange short lady. And he kind of grabs your wrist and like ushers the three of you over to the rest of your party, along with Alira Trinket, who's just mocking the poor man in the corner continuously. It's been a while since she's had any amusement, and this just happens to be her poor victim as she mocks. All right. And now you're all together. Do you share the information that you've gathered with your party?
I'm gonna share all the information except for the stuff that I just figured out with him about how to stop where Remedy is propelled.
Got you. Okay. So with all this information in mind, what do you all do?
Order one last drink.
I want to look at the short lady and ask her if she's compensating for something.
I beg your pardon? And just who are you?
You're being kind of a bully.
Oh, just who am I?
Oh, come on. I'm sure that man's skin is thicker than that. I'm just simply having a little bit of fun.
Come on, Lego.
Seems like you're having a little too much to drink.
No such
nonsense.
Thing. Yes, exactly.
Hey, if you want fun,
I challenge
we can
you
go
to a
outside.
game of the drink.
The drink. Oh. And then you see Gwendolyn come around behind the bar again, taking up her position, telling her assistant that she'll take over. And she's like, do you actually mean that? Don't you all have a mission to do? Ah, fuck it. And she, grabs, a bottle of... And on the label says, a bad decision. And she plops it down on the table. And she's like,
all right.
Well, if you're going to all have a drink, you might as well do it proper. And she, pulls up glasses for anybody who's interested.
All right.
I'm going to
pass on the drinking.
Okay.
I'm going to look at the one who just offered in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look at him and go, hey, I got 5 gold on you. Do you want to? Serious.
I also pass on the drinking.
Okay.
Push him then. Push him.
I'm just
Grimdark,
here to watch.
do you want a swig of a bad decision?
A drink of it, but I'm not going to compete in a drinking competition.
Yeah.
Okay. So she goes ahead and she pours 3 glasses, and then Gerald says, "I'll take one." Pours a 4th, and then pushes all the glasses in front of you, served, ready to go. And then she sees the two competing with each other, and she immediately starts pulling out more glasses, and she sighs. She knows what's about to happen next.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'll show you why I'm the top of the food chain. And she downs immediately a shot of a bad decision. slams the glass onto the table, and says, "Ooh, that burns." Okay, what you got?
Well, if you're complaining about it burning, you're obviously...
Are you taking up for challenge?
Yes.
All right. Well then.
I'm just gonna continue haggling her the whole challenge.
Yeah, right. Just heckling her. Fexnar. So you and her go back and forth, drinking one after the other. The taste of it is just bitter with like a hint of cinnamon. You think? Nutmeg? You can't really discern what spice is added to it. After a while, it just kind of like you could tell it's liquid and that it's in your mouth and that you're drinking it, but you can no longer taste anything. Roll me a Constitution save. That's a perception. But what's your Constitution modifier?
No, he popped a Constitution in there.
No, I did. Yeah, it's...
Oh, I'm blind. Never mind. Sorry, I just have to scroll down a tad. Never mind. Right. 22. So you always were able to hold down your liquor. You were able to stomach it perfectly. In fact, it doesn't really even faze you at this point. And so you continue to go back and forth, and she begins to kind of like sway from left to right. A little bit giggly even.
At some point in response to her heckling, I just say, "I'm sorry, I can't hear you from down there," and I take another drink.
Real original! I'm sure you're popular with the ladies, aren't you? And she downs another one. Roll me another Constitution save.
Okay. Percy, you said she has weapons on her, right?
Yep. Yeah, she does.
While this is happening, while she is drinking, what weapons does she have on her, if you will?
She just has a singular, well, it's a short sword for her, but it's really just a dagger. It's just a regular dagger. It's ornate in its nature. You notice that there are quite a few markings that are around the handle and the hilt itself.
I'm gonna sleight of hand and switch it with my own.
Ooh, okay. I'm sorry, which one are you using?
Sleight of hand. That would be.
Oh, you're using sleight of hand. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so while she's drinking, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand at advantage. She's very clearly getting drunk. She just hasn't fallen over yet. 15.
So for that? So you want me to click it again? I don't know how this thing works.
So as you're doing this, so are you just hiding it from her? That you're.
Oh, I'm switching it with my own dagger.
Okay. But there are other tavern goers in here, and then you have your party as well as Jaral and Tris here.
If you look at where I'm at, because I'm right
I see.
there, okay. I'm hidden by my party member and the person next to me.
Oh, okay, I see what you're doing here. Okay.
And so I'm gonna just switch it with mine. I mean, I'm kinda sorta hiding it from the party. I don't care if the party sees it. My bigger thing is her.
Okay.
But apart from that, the party is kind of blocking me from everyone else's.
I have a request.
Yeah, sure.
I just rolled a crit on my Constitution save. Can I get a chance to see him doing that?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll your perception.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at him and send him a wink while he's drinking.
You know, he in the corner of his eye, he can see that you're just in the middle of doing your swap, and then locks eye contact with you, awkwardly.
I shoot him a glare.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna wink at him.
No.
I'm gonna wink at him and just pull and like show the 5 gold.
do you
I shake my head. No.
do you what do you do here, Fexnar?
I'm just gonna. Oh.
I just want to see how he reacts to me saying no.
Oh, okay.
So you're just shaking your head no?
Mm-hmm. Disapproving.
I'm just gonna give you like a it's okay, like the 2 hands up, it's okay, and just like I'll deal with it.
Okay.
And go and hope that he understands what I'm going for.
Okay. So with that sleight of hand, you're able to successfully take it from her. Like she's quite drunk at this point, so she barely notices anything around her other than her glass. So you swap your blade for hers. She doesn't even notice this happening, so it just like sits like loosely at her side on her hip. And now you currently have an ornate dagger. Go ahead and make note of it that it was taken from an Elira trinket. Elira trinket.
Okay, I've got it. I've got it noted. I've got it.
Okay. I'm just gonna make one more roll here. Okay. So you go ahead and you swap blades with her, and you now currently have in your hands. The party's having one last drink before they head out to take care of their duties and get the carriage up and going again. And finally, Fexnar, you are successful besting the gnome at her own game. And at this point, she's just holding the glass loosely in her hands before, like, kind of placing it on the table and then saying, I can do this all day. And then she, like, starts, like, puking at her feet, like next to yours. Not quite getting it on your shoes, but getting pretty damn close.
Did she pass out?
I hold her hair back.
Yeah, no, she's just vomiting.
That's it, buddy. You're a good sport.
Don't touch me!
Does she pass out?
No, let it all out.
No, she doesn't pass out, but she's just vomiting there.
Wait.
She's bracing herself as she hurls.
Is Fexnar, like, patting her back to help her?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of, like, almost make it look accidental, but I'm gonna kind of bump into her, and right on top of my dagger that I put in her, like, sheath, I'm gonna put a note that says, you can return this with your dignity.
Nope. Okay. Noted. So you don't have to roll anything for that. She's completely out of it. All she's seeing is just various shades of green and brown on the floor as she's hurling, hair held up by Fexnar. What a gentleman. And that note gets slipped into her pocket along with the dagger.
And then while she's hurling, I'm also going to go ahead and give her a bag for her to clean herself up with once she's done.
And you see Jaral, she, like, kind of inches away from this whole scene. She's, like, kind of looks in disgust, and she's like, well, if you're all done here, then...
Also, I need to hand Fexnar 5 gold.
Oh, okay.
So Fexnar makes sure to...
in the girl's pocket.
Okay.
Oh, you put it in her pocket. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm vibing with it.
So, Draw clears her throat.
I was about to say, you need to make sure you change that.
And she kind of looks over at, still learning the names, Grundark, and she says, make sure to keep them in line, will you?
It's like watching kids.
That's exactly what it's like. Anyways, seems like you probably...
I'm just gonna walk out of the tavern I'm gonna walk out of the tavern now kind of flipping her dagger in my hand.
Okay. So dagger in hand... I'm sorry, say again, sir?
I'd like to go to the barmaiden and ask if there's anywhere to sleep or stay.
You're looking for board. Is it just for you, or you're, and she kind of, like, points at the whole situation here?
No.
The party. All of us.
Oh, generous lad. Yeah.
No.
Here, let me check. She picks up the book, slams like an old leathered and weathered book on the bar, and she kind of, like, looks through and it's like, yeah, we have a couple of rooms upstairs. Access to it isn't really inside. There's a stairwell out back, but then it should lead you into a corridor. Plenty of rooms. It should be Are you looking for individuals for each of you, or are you going to share some rooms?
I asked the VIP what she thinks.
I would prefer my own room. As for the rest of you, you're all adults. You can figure it out.
Do you really think you'll be safe in your own room?
Well, as long as you don't make it weird.
I don't plan on it, boss.
Alright. Well, just buy as many rooms as you need. And then Gwendolyn, the barmaid, she says, well, how about you just go ahead and pay forward, since there's so many of you and you're so graciously paying for all of them, 5 gold pieces will just about cover all of it. And then you can go ahead and take as many rooms as you need. It just so happens that most of them are about to open up tonight, so I'll just make sure to reserve 7
That's what I do.
maximum for you all.
I just get me and her a room, and then let me know what they decide to do, and then I'll pay.
Sounds good. All right, I'll put that in. She scrawls a few notes and then she puts the book away, and then looks over at the gnome who's still vomiting on the floor, and she's like sick of her shit. It's like, that's it, out with you, and she like all of a sudden now you notice that this elf is a lot stronger than she lets on, and she picks up the stout woman and like from where she's standing hurls her through the door, like making her tumble out onto the sands like some drunkard.
She's doing that. I'm gonna walk right back inside because I noticed that woman. I do not want to be around her at the moment.
And then she glances back at you, Vexnar, and she says, "Thank you for not also vomiting, I guess. Please keep it that way." And she returns back behind the bar.
I just laugh.
Triss finds this amusing, and she's like kind of giggling from behind her book. She's amused that a dignitary was just openly thrown by a barmaid. The VIP's name is Gerald Merriman. G-E-R... Yep, I got you.
Just want to make sure I have it right.
I just kind of asked the rest of the party, alright, are y'all ready to go ahead and get those parts since we can't really get into the room until tonight?
Feeling fine.
I'm gonna give Fexnar a pat on the back and go, okay, buddy. And
I didn't even feel that.
And hand him one of the crystals, the remnant crystals that's wrapped in cloth, and tell him, go ahead and put this in your pocket.
All right, I do.
And then I hand out the crystals to the rest of them.
Okay. So
what's this? What is this thing you hand me?
You remember those things that we had to fight on our way in here?
Striders.
Yeah, this'll keep them away from us.
Me
It'll force them to stay like 15 feet back.
I'll give mine to Gerald.
Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you. And she kind of like daintily holds like the cloth wrapped crystal, and she like puts it in her pocket. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna look at him and go, okay, I'm gonna hand yours off. Make sure you stick with me. Right? Sound good?
Oh wait, I'm going with you?
No, you're good to stay. I'm talking to him since he handed his crystal off. I prefer if you stay here in the tavern where you're safe.
Yes, I think that would be for the best. Alright. And so...
And then, remind me, outside of game, who was the party member that was kind of chilling around her the whole time? Like, in the carriage?
Oh, that is Ramul. That's her tinkerer.
No, not the tinker. Who's the one with the belt? I forget.
Oh,
me.
Yep, that would be.
Okay, I'm gonna look at you and say, "Hey, go ahead and secure at the tavern with her while we go grab this." Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, So you're gonna do bodyguard duty for the VIP, Gerald, and then the other 5 of you are gonna go ahead and you're gonna search for that first part. Is that correct?
Everyone good with that?
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
I'm gonna pull that
Draw.
poor gnome into the shade.
Would you like to go check out a room?
I would like that. It's been a long day. And then she follows you upstairs into one of the rooms.
Fade to black.
Fade to black. I will. Okay. So Star, you're new to D&D, so I'll explain. Everyone else here is relatively experienced with D&D. The typical rule of thumb at most tables is that there's nothing wrong with making sexual advances on someone else, so long as the 2 main conditions are applied. A, that it's consensual. You know, if you're gonna flirt with like the barmaid or whatever, it's cool. It's all good and fun, as long as it's consensual. And B, that we fade to black. We are not going to roleplay any of those things. We are all friends here. That would be weird. So as long as those 2 conditions are met, you can do as you like, RP-wise, when it comes to romantic relationships, if you will.
No advances are gonna be made there.
Okay. Just
Well,
saying,
I'm glad you're doing that.
He's
Also a little early into the campaign to start advanced.
honestly, Kelsier is a cool guy. He's a good dude. All right, so they go up to their room. He's pulling security with her, and then the rest of you are going to go ahead and venture out into the desert plains to salvage for parts. If that's correct. Specifically for a generator.
For engine.
Or yeah, for an engine. I'm sorry. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you all venture out of the outside of the walls. You pass the threshold of crystals in the distance, and you can see that there's some striders that are standing there, and they kind of just like stare at you. Their heads snaking around from left to right, and they all just stay exactly 15 feet away from you. And it's almost as if like there's like a field propelling them away, and they slowly back away and make way for you as you make your way out further into the distance towards the ruins.
Grindark, during this expedition, will try to remain in the center of the group.
Okay, you got it.
Quick question: did Zarn stay or go?
Zarn. Garamond told me that he is okay with you controlling his character's actions, if you are comfortable with that. If not, then I already have something written up to explain where he went. So it's completely up to you if you're comfortable controlling his character.
Let's go with what you prepared.
Okay. So you notice that he's scrawling some notes that he'd received from Alira, who is now just a bumbling, drunken mess outside, face down into the sand. And now he's like kind of like cross-referencing. He's looking at some other notes, and he's like, "Listen, I have to go. I need to figure some things out. At least I need some time to get some things together. It's important. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere too far. I just need some time. I'm sure that you all can handle this situation, no?"
By the way, Percy,
yeah.
Just a question.
Sure.
Environment-wise, are there any like rugs or anything in the tavern?
Oh, there's a couple of beat up old rugs, loaded with
I'm gonna
sand.
look at the barmaiden.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at the barmaiden and go, "Hey, I'm gonna borrow one of these."
I'm sorry. What?
You'll get it back.
No. You can't just take one of my rugs. You know what?
It's gonna be sitting outside. Is that fine?
Will I be able to see it?
Yeah. You want to know what it's gonna become? A blanket for that dumbass who started throwing up.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm gonna take one of the rugs and throw it over the gnome Alira as like a blanket.
Okay.
Since she's
what time
probably
of day
gonna
is it?
pass out and go to sleep there.
It's just past midday. For an exact
Okay,
time,
so
like it's about like 2.
I'm gonna move her to the shade with that blanket over her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice of you guys. And
I figure we ruined her day. Might as well give back a little.
Hey, she had a great time, I think.
yeah.
Oh, she had a great time today. She's not tomorrow.
And we will be long gone, hopefully.
Yep, that's the hope.
Gwendolyn nods in approval. She likes that a lot.
Also, I'm gonna look at Fexnar while we're like moving her into the shade and like putting a blanket over her. And just kind of whisper to him what I did about the note and the dagger thing, since I know he's the only one that really saw it.
Yeah.
So,
So,
just kind of explain, like, hey, I'll give it back, but I'm making her come to us and admit she failed.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that. As I, in real life, pour my second glass of gin.
Oh, bud, I've been doing vodka sprites all such.
Hey, we love
Right there
that.
with you.
Let's go. All right. And as you guys leave, you notice that Zarn, he's already explained, listen, I have to go. And you see he goes over to one of the nearby empty tables outside. There are several like bar tables that are set up with like some cover to protect from like the winds and the sand. And like he's got a bunch of parchment that was in his pack, and he's like spreading it out across the table now, and he's just like, you know, he's like practically hunched over it, and he's like scrawling on different pages, but he's occupied in what he's doing. He's not focusing on anything else around him.
This is the part where if Garamond was still playing, I would try to figure out what he was doing. But since he's not, I'm just going to leave it alone.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to work my third.
Oh, good. All right. So you all venture out into the sands.
Yeah. I
And
like
so
how Dagron and I are enjoying Drunken and Dragons.
Drunken and Dragons, yeah, we love that. So you all venture forth into the sands, and you come across some ruins in the distance. Old metal shards, arches, fortresses even, of inventions, creations of mankind that once were.
Sorry, I just saw the picture.
Yeah, it's okay. Some of them you can recognize as former airships, of which now there are only 3 left in the southern spine region. And here is where you will begin your scavenging. Please roll me your perception checks as I get your tokens on the board.
Gladly.
Damn. We're really good at rolls right now.
Yeah.
Just don't mind Grundark.
Okay.
It's okay. We got him. I've only had a 5th. It's fine.
Oh, Kane with a 23, though. So, you notice, Kane, that as you look around, you can see multiple broken parts, shards of glass here and there, broken metal grates and gears, and what used to be fortified metal walls of previous vehicles, along with some ruins.
By the way, I am gonna... I'm gonna ask before we start scavenging, do I know what animinium looks like?
Adamantium? Yeah, you've seen it in a shop or two. It's pretty rare. But in your travels, you've seen it maybe once or twice in a shop, but the price is pretty steep.
So I would recognize it.
Yep, you would recognize some adamantium. But currently, with your perception check, you don't see any adamantium close by. However, Kane, with your perception check, you can see a strange faint glow behind some metal walls and rubble right over here. However, with your nat 20, you also notice there's a strange disturbance, a rumbling of sand in the distance all around you. You are not alone.
Well, I let everybody know that I can hear the rumbling in the distance, and we should probably make it quick. And I also let them know that I might have found something as I move over towards the area where I see the glowing.
Follow him and also inform the here if there is any.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, sorry, just switching music here.
I'm gonna silence.
The
So-
soundtrack is called "You're Gonna Die."
Oh no, not yet. Anyways,
Oh my.
so you all trudge around through the sands, looking around for the part, and it doesn't take long before Kane leads you directly towards the engine here, glowing a bright teal inside, strange metal pipes and machinations and gears, and strange, oddly shaped walls all around encasing this singular raw chunk of remnant that's floating inside. Somehow, this engine is intact. Seems like whoever designed this was pretty good.
Grab this engine and go.
Well, that just made our lives easy.
Whole ass machine.
Okay.
It's huge.
I want to look at this.
It is huge. Mm-hmm.
I want to look at this engine and see if there's any like pure remnant in it.
No. We're not gonna dig into the engine. We gotta get it back.
Yeah, y'all don't know
Kind
what
of
I'm
on a
looking for.
timetable.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know what I'm looking for. I'm looking in the engine. That's all you know.
So you could see into the engine. There's like there's this glass panel there, a reinforced glass panel. But when you try to
That's what I said.
when you actually try to access the crystal that's inside, you try to open the hatch to it to look inside, so to speak, and it's rusted shut. You can't seem to open it.
Interesting.
Well,
Hey, can we not potentially destroy what we came here to get? I don't want to go find another one of these.
I'm gonna look at him and go, "Hey, sorry, I'm not trying to destroy it. I'm trying to see if there's like any way we can make it move itself because this thing looks a little heavy. You know?
Yeah, looking
Kane's
at
gonna
it.
step forward and he's gonna let's just get this on a cart or something and take it back down.
Do we have a
well,
cart?
that would have been a good idea if we brought a cart with us.
You currently do not have a cart.
I'm gonna
That's
go
what. That's
go
it.
give it a little test lift, just to, like gingerly, just see how heavy it is.
Okay. So
I'm
like,
gonna
are
get him
you
to help
are you just
check
like, you're not like full on trying to throw out your back. You're just like kind of like trying to give it a tug to see if it will move. Okay.
Just to see
I'm
how-
gonna give him a help so we can get advantage on it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your
I'm
strength
probably-
with that advantage.
Help with him as well. Help. Do you want all three rolling strength?
No, I can only roll 2.
First one's only +4, so the first one's a 19. So I got
Okay.
a 19.
Okay. So you rolled the 19 on your strength. Quite impressive. As you kind of dig your fingers into the metal, not bending it, but just enough that you have a solid grip on it, and you tilt it slightly as you move it. It does move. It's deceptively light, but not light enough for you to carry alone. It looks like 2 of you would have to carry this thing out.
Damn.
You got your legs yet, Fexnar? Get them back.
I never lost them. In fact, I am Hercules.
I'm gonna look at the two of them and go, "Hey,
Yeah,
you
maybe-
two thinking at this that, and I can just kind of help protect y'all if anything does come because I know you talked about something in this way earlier."
Yeah, all of us.
But yeah, I'm ready to lift that.
Yeah, we'll tag team in this thing.
Okay, cool. Then I'm just gonna kind of hang.
Boys. Buff.
Yes.
Boys.
That's right.
Boys. All right. So who's carrying it? It's Grundark and.
Fexnar.
Okay, gotcha.
Grundark
gotcha.
and Fexnar.
All right. So, Grundark.
Dash brother.
Yeah, the Buff Brothers. So the Buff Brothers go ahead and they grab both ends as if they're moving a table for their bro, and they go ahead and they hoist it up into the air, and go ahead and make me dexterity saves.
Dexterity saves.
Just says,
That's a bad time.
And so, as the buff bros try to hoist up the engine, you're able to pick it up just fine. However, the rubble around it that was being supported by the engine itself begins to fall and clamber around you, making loud noises as this happens. At the same time, you are hit and struck by metal pieces all around you for 2 damage for each of you. However, that sound was loud and has echoed across the sands.
It would better hurry.
Oh, she breaking her own.
Okay.
Go. Thing, quick.
No.
I look at the two of them and go, "Hey, are y'all okay?"
Yeah, I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, so for some reason D&D Beyond is not letting me edit my hit points, so I'm just gonna write it down.
Okay. And
Okay,
so,
I look at the other person that's with us and go, "Okay, we gotta go now."
Waiting on you guys.
and as you all say this, as the last person says,
I
"Let's
like
go,
how
let's
we just
go, we have to
both
go."
failed with exactly the same number.
Yeah, I know, right? You can see striders slowly worming their way out from underneath the earth, slithering around walls, structures, broken ruins, and begin to work their way,
While we see
closing in
them-
on you.
While they're closing in, I'm gonna get as close to Grundark as I can, since I know he doesn't have one of the crystals.
Okay. And so you create a perimeter around your duo, picking up the engine, carrying it along the path. And as you see that these striders, they get close to you, but just outside of reach. Just barely. They all close in, but still giving you away. And they kind of look frustrated. They all start to get closer and closer, just barely pushing their limits against the field that you all create. And suddenly, they all dart away. And they clamor for random junk that they see close by. And you can see one of them, snake-like in nature, take its whole entire jaw, dislocating it, sand pouring out before it locks its mouth over shards of glass. This one in particular here. And all of a sudden you see glass sticking out from their mouths as they start to reel back.
I'm gonna put my engine down and take cover.
I'm gonna take cover behind the engine.
Okay. Does anyone
Does the
else take
engine
cover?
seem to have any effect on him?
The engine has the same amount of effect as the crystals you have in your pocket, 15 feet. They don't want to get close to the engine either.
Yeah, that sounds good.
This right here, is that like a piece of metal?
Yep, that's a piece of metal.
I'll take cover.
Yeah, so that's basically like a wall. You can actually use that as cover.
Okay, cool.
And so, the striders, the one that has the glass jagged, its mouth looking like a maw of sorts now, reflecting in the light, starts spitting glass in your direction. Pew, 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 just pinging glass off of the sheet metal wall as you all take cover. And all of the other striders then follow suit, all shooting random junk all over the place towards you, trying to pelt you. It's initiative. And so, the wheels of fate turn once again.
Of course, now is when my rolls start going downhill.
Okay. Da-da-da-da. So we got Kane here. We got a 15.
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. We got Zeal here, who is
Oh.
12, thank you very much. Fexnar is a 16. We have Grundark, who is 18.
18.
Oops. Let's see. Okay. And then rolling for enemies. Oh, lucky.
Ah!
Alright. You're in luck. Although they were the ones trying to get the jump on you, you were all prepared for it. And so, we are in combat. Glass and gears and metal shards flying all around you suddenly comes to a halt. Grundark, you're up. What do you do?
Enough of this hiding. And I will strike it with my Nodachi.
Roll the hit. 18, let's go. You take your Nodachi, a swift movement. All of a sudden, this strange ringing of metal as you swing out and return your blade back into its sheath. You strike it true. Roll for damage. 12 slashing. This Strider has no chance. It falls to the ground, sand covering the glass shards that once were. And that one is dead.
And that is all I can do.
Alright. And now, next. Fexnar, what do you do?
I will step out just past Grindark, drawing a hand axe. And I have to make it active. Well, for some reason I can't make it active.
So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to use your hand axe to throw it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you might maybe go into equipment and make sure you got it checked as if it's equipped. And then it should appear on your list of potential possibilities of choices to attack.
See, that's what I'm trying to do, but on D&D Beyond, it's not letting me uncheck my greatsword or check a hand axe.
Huh. Well, you definitely should be able to. You're a fighter or whatever. You have proficiency in it, so.
Yeah.
Were you the one who was having trouble adjusting your HP earlier?
I was, yes. I did try reloading the page.
But...
I'm gonna grab her.
That is strange. When you look at your attacks, is hand axe listed there?
It is not, because it's not an active piece of equipment.
So when you tab, there's an action tab and then the inventory tab. When you click on the inventory tab, is it listed there, hand axe?
It is listed there, but I cannot seem
check
to
the
make
box?
it active.
Can you check the box next to it?
I am trying to, but it's not working.
Okay, so yeah, there's something going on with your D&D Beyond, because you should be able to freely check it and uncheck it. Try going to your features and traits to like refresh. It's like that's a weird refresh thing with D&D Beyond, and then see if it works. And if it don't, you might have to reload D&D Beyond.
Okay. I tried refreshing the page just now, and nothing. Still not letting me edit anything about my character.
It's really weird.
Strange.
Because like I can freely click and unclick mine. Well, your hand axe would be the same bonus that your two-handed sword would be.
Yes.
And the damage would be different. I think it's like D6 plus strength.
I believe it is. So how do I roll a? How do I do a manual roll on D20?
Good question. So
go to the left. Oh. If you go to the left little menu, you'll see a die.
Okay.
And you can go down to advanced die roll or advanced rolls.
Die roll. So that
and
would
it'll
be,
give you the option to input.
So my strength plus my proficiency would be a +6, and that's just 1d20, and it would be... Yeah. So that's my accuracy. Now, hand axe is 1d6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go.
So you...
And it looks like a missed.
Mm-hmm. So you pick up your axe, you flip it backwards in the air before catching the handle again. But as you try to catch the handle, it tips and falls off of your fingertips and then hits the ground and then kind of just slides forward across the sands. And you kind of just like look at your party awkwardly as you...
Well, that's what I get for styling.
Try to do a trick shot on this strider. All right. Do you have any more movement or bonus actions you'd like to do?
I would have if I drew anything else, but no, that's all I tried to do.
Okay. Kane, you're up.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna shoot at this one with my short bow.
Yeah. Now you do have a wall in your
17?
way here. You're gonna have to crawl. You have to climb up to the top
Oh,
or get
okay.
around it. Yep.
Oh, that should be fine. I have climb speed of 20, so I should be able to climb right up on it.
Okay. And that's a hit.
And
Roll
then-
for damage.
Wabow! 8 damage.
And your shot goes true, striking it right into the face as its head reels backwards, practically planting the back of its head against the sand before slowly bringing its head back up, the arrow in its mouth slowly sliding out, followed by a trickle of sand. However, it does seem a little bit dazed. It is bloody.
Alright, I will... How high would you say the climb was?
So that was about 10 feet up.
Okay, I can go 10 feet back down, cover.
Alright, nice.
And that's... Yep.
Sneaky cat. We love that. Zeal.
And that is my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna yell out to the party who had the cattle trucks.
That would have been Zarn, but Zarn is not with you at this time.
Shit. Okay. Do I see any like metal scraps near me?
Oh yeah. Go ahead and make a survival check.
Okay. You said survival. Oh
Mhm.
god.
Yeah, you're kind of just like quickly scavenging for anything nearby. You look around. The only hunks of metal you see is the walls around you and the engine, and that's basically it.
So I see no like tiny shards.
Nope, no tiny shards nearby.
Shit. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm gonna step out to here.
Mm-hmm.
And give me one to see if I can. Yeah, I'd call that a straight shot. I'm gonna use my short bow and try and hit this guy.
All right.
God damn it! I told you. This is when my rolls go downhill.
Your arrow flies through the air, however falling short right before the strider, as it looks down from the sudden sound as it makes a tiny plume of sand fly around, before then focusing on you once again.
Yep, we're going right back here.
Alright.
And getting out my short sword to ready an attack.
Alright.
Or my
What's your dex? What is it? You're not saying what's your guy's name?
Zeal.
Zeal and Zane. That's gonna be great.
Zeal.
What's your dex?
I've got a +2 modifier.
You're 14. Okay.
15.
14 and 15. I was just curious.
Alright. And so, it is now the Strider's turns. They have waited long enough, as they have shards of glass, gears, nails, bolts, you name it, all rill all over their mouths as they start to spit. So, this one starts spitting an array of bolts over at you, Fexnar. Bam!
Oh, goody.
Does a 13 hit you?
Possibly. Hold on. No, it does not. I don't think.
He tries to pelt you, but the sheer power of it is far too weak as it bounces weakly against your armor. The second one aims straight for the orc as it fires off shards of glass. Half orc. Does 15 beat your armor class?
Does not.
The shards of glass come flying through the air. You take your Nodachi as you swiftly just knock all the shards of glass away in a flash of light. And now, this Strider slides along the sands, and you can hear the soft sound of as it worms its way around the corner, making its way towards you. It tries to take an attack at you at disadvantage. Does 4 beat your armor class, or 5 beat your armor class?
I'm gonna let you take a wild guess on that one. I'm gonna give you 2 tries.
So the Strider, it tries to spew gears at you, but you stand stock still, and the gears just bury themselves into the wall all around you. You now have shards of metal at your disposal.
And do I get to use my attack that I already?
Did you hold it as an action last round?
No. Okay, my bad.
Okay. Next round
then.
then.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yep. And so the last one, it slowly slithers its way over as it finally gets over to the man with the Nodachi, the half-orc, Grundark, and fires another shot. And 13 does not beat your armor class, so once again you quickly switch your attention and you knock all the glass away with a single swipe of your blade as the sheer force propels all the glass all over the place, letting it fall all around you. And so...
A Yasuo noise.
Yeah, Yasuo noises.
Lean over and say, "Nice trick."
Yeah. And now, Grundark, it is your turn.
Spitting up little poofs of sand as I run over to this one. Striking once again. My own big number.
Oh! Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
So I'm rolling. I do 2d6, which will double to 46 because I'm a half orc. Whenever I crit, I get an extra damage die, so that'll become 5d6 plus 4 damage, and I can re-roll 1s and 2s. So,
alright.
15, I'm gonna re-roll 3d6. 15 plus 8 is 23 damage.
Yep. And so, you swiftly dash across the sands, about to strike at the Strider. It looks at you for a moment, and then tries to bury itself underneath the sand, but the sheer force of your Nodachi buries itself into the sand, splitting it apart before slicing through the Strider, trying to bury its way back into the earth. And this Strider is dead. Nice crit.
The sand wins you get.
And so, Fexnar, it is your turn.
Alright. FYI, I figured out what my problem was. I just wasn't signed in.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That would do it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I'm gonna take a page from my buddy's book. I'm just gonna run up and swing my greatsword.
Alright. Show me what you got, adventurer. Oh! And not wanting to be outshined by the samurai, you take your greatsword, flicking it around like it's a feather in your hands, two-handing that bitch, swinging upwards. You send that Strider straight up into the air. It practically is out of your vision. You are like lightning as the blade practically disappears from the sheer speed before the sand comes falling all over your shoulders. This Strider is dead.
Don't want to lend some of that dice luck.
You're right. Kane, it is your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna climb up on this wall. I'm gonna shoot at that guy.
All right. Hit me
Do
with
it,
your best
kill
shot.
him.
And a 12 will hit. Your arrow strikes true, bouncing off of the ground, and you think that you had missed at first. However, you hear a slight ping, as you then realize there was a sheet of metal just barely buried underneath the sand as it glances off of it and then strikes into the Strider's belly. It just squeals in pain and tumbles over onto some rubble before melting away.
I knew all along. It was a bank shot.
Yep, just hit it with a little trick shot. That was just barely enough to hit, right? And now, Zeal, you're cornered by one of the Striders. A wall to your back and an engine at your side.
Oh,
what do you do?
that'll work.
Oh,
that'll work.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. Thanks
Dice
for letting me know.
let's go, baby! Alright.
And let me roll for damage.
Oh, nice!
Here we go.
So you get an extra D8 because you crit.
Mm-hmm.
You are correct. I forgot about that.
Yeah, rogue stuff, baby.
And an extra D8.
And for a total of 13 damage, you take your rapier, you're back against the wall, and swiftly, like Zorro, slashing 1, 2, 3, 4, before lunging straight through the Strider. Practically face to face, you see the glimmer of the junk hanging from its mouth before all the sand just falls with a poof right in front of you, leaving nothing but dust behind. And the Strider is dead.
Dang. And I wanted to make an improvised whip out of metal shards. What a shame.
Yep. And so, the last Strider peeks around the corner. It sees its fallen allies. It can sense them. And you kind of hear like a weird place, like a before it rears its head up, and a horrifying screech bellows from whatever is within it. You think it's nothing but sand, but it echoes through, and it's jarring to your ears. Make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Everybody?
Yep, everybody make a wisdom save. Everybody can hear this.
Oof. We rolled low!
Well...
Dang, how's it feel to have my rolls?
Hey, you haven't rolled yet. Let's see what
You
happens.
don't even know about my bad luck.
Yeah.
No, I did roll. I got a
whole
13
month.
for this save.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay.
There you are.
Yeah.
I went a whole month
hold
without
on.
rolling
Oh yeah,
above
there's
a
4 of
5
you,
once
that's
in
right.
my life.
Yeah. And so, as this screech rings out, all of a sudden, you can't see anything. Everything is just white around you.
Ooh.
You're not
wait a
sure
minute.
what exactly is going on. And then, all of a sudden, there's nothing
Now,
around.
I have a question for you.
Mhm. Sure.
Would this count as charm, magic, or sleep? Or, yeah.
This would not be a charm or sleep.
Would this be magic?
Yes, this would be magic. Okay, go ahead and roll again.
That's against being charmed and magic can't put you to sleep.
Yeah, I know, but I have advantage on saving throws against charm. Oh, and magic.
Right,
can't
but
be
if it's
used.
just
That's my bad,
magic
right?
and it's
Oh,
if it's
I
just
misread.
magic and it's
Yeah.
not a charm or sleep,
Yeah. So
Y'all are correct. I misread.
That's
my
all
bad.
good. In this case, ancestry does not apply. So, so you all can't see or hear anything. As far as vision goes, it's all just kind of just white to you all around, and everything is kind of just dulled when it comes to sounds. You kind of just hear like the muffled sounds of wind going over your ears, and the sound of your allies just here and there. You hear this faint sound of a bro who's like, "What's up, bro? Cha-cha!" And just the random clang of metal and glass around you, but barely audible. And then all of a sudden, everything just disappears. There's not a Strider in sight. As a matter of fact, you all Now, you don't, like, as players, you know this, but as characters, you will not. You don't remember encountering Striders just now. You just have this engine next to you. You think you dodged some rubble as it fell. You heard some strange noises around you, but there's nothing around. You're free to leave.
I'm gonna yell at Fexnar. What the hell are you doing that far over there? Weren't we just moving this engine?
I'm just grabbing my axe, man.
God, hurry up and get over here.
Alright, fine. Dude.
Get this done. We already know there might be stuff out here. Let's leave.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yes, I'll stop walking perimeter and
Yeah, pick it up. Let's go.
Alright.
Let's go. Let's do it.
And so you pick up the engine and you carry it back into town. As you carry it back into town, some people kind of like look in awe. Most of them haven't even seen any like machine that complex, let alone a machine that wasn't just a hole in the ground. And so they're very impressed. They're very surprised by you hauling this thing in.
While we're walking away from this area, can I do one last look to see if I see any
sure thing.
Animanium?
Yeah. Do a perception check.
You rolled a crit when we got there, man.
Alright, you rolled a 19 plus 1, 20 perception. You do see some faint traces of adamantium on the way out. You see in one of the piles that weren't touched by the Striders, which you don't know you saw anymore.
I'm going to grab the adamantium I see.
Okay. So then go ahead and make a note that you have now picked up 2 pounds of adamantium.
How do you spell
so we
actually,
didn't find that
say
initially?
scrap adamantium specifically.
Out of curiosity, we wouldn't have found that initially when we went into the site?
Well, if y'all remember, I was the only one looking for it, and I rolled absolute garbage on it.
Oh, okay.
This was like basically that roll just has to go one more time before we leave. Is there any here? Come on, please. Kind of thing.
Yeah. So you did manage to find some. You found a small amount, 2 pounds of scrap adamantium. So it's not like workable, but like if you took it to someone, they might be able to refine it. So the remaining product probably won't be 2 pounds. It'll probably be less than that.
Okay. The way you want to spell that, if you're curious, is adamantium. If you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Okay, I was spelling it Anna.
Right back.
Adamantium. Got it. Oh, it's D. Okay. Thank you. Perfect.
Would we, any of our would I know anything about adamantium? Heard of it before?
Yeah.
Now that he's mentioned it.
Yep. You would know about adamantium. As a matter of fact, your clan that your clan sought after this is a precious metal, perfect for the exact blade and fighting style that your people used. Definitely a rare commodity, but also some of the greatest fighters of your clan had these at their side. There was a particular ring that would happen even just from unsheathing the blade.
A good find, Seal. A good find, Seal.
Absolutely. I think it'll be even better if I can find what I need.
Strange no one else around here pick up something like that. You see a gold piece, you pick it up. Apparently, not so with adamantium.
Hey, we all have to get lucky at some point, don't we?
Good for you.
Thank you.
Also make note that you found that scrap adamantium in the southern spine.
Cool.
Okay.
So, in this steampunk kind of world, before when the clash happened, was there like a lot of machinery and stuff, and adamantium was probably used in that? That's probably why you might find it in this scrap kind of form. Is that kind of because I don't know the history of the world.
That sounds like a history check.
Great question. History check. Yep.
Do you want to I do want to ask Percy while he's doing that check. Did I see any of my other things that I wanted on my list, like copper or pure remnant?
Nope,
while I was there?
just the small traces of adamantium.
Perfect.
With your history check, you're well learned, Grundark. You've read quite a bit into the topics of the past, and you are aware that adamantium, once upon a time, was quite abundant around the world. Before the times of the Clash, the followers of each of the deities were creating machines of war and machinations that were very much reinforced, even entirely built out of adamantium. But since then, much of this has been buried underneath. As the world was completely reformed and the tectonic plates were shifted, many ruins have been buried underneath, along with the creations. However, some of this has been recovered, and some of this even mined up, and is now currently in use with the remnant fuel devices.
So, out of context of the board, this has a very Mad Max meets D&D kind of feel, and I dig it.
I'm glad you like it. I've pulled a lot of inspiration from that in particular, as well as some other elements, and I was like, this is so cool. I love this. I love the Southern Spine overall as a region. You'll find out more and more about this place. That it's fucking wild. It goes deep. So that is what you know about adamantium. Now, could you find adamantium just randomly digging in the sand? Maybe. It depends on where you're looking. If it's a crash site, like where you guys just visited, you're more likely to find adamantium, as many of the parts require it.
Site where a battle happened.
Yep, or a battle.
So I'm gonna take the adamantium I just found, that blacksmith, and ask him how much more I would need to make a pipe. That's probably about a half a foot in length.
Half a foot in length. Listen, kid. Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Oh, I'm feeling lucky. Let's take the good first.
Alright. The good news is, this is adamantium. Bad news is, it's not all adamantium. It's like a strange alloy. I can work the adamantium out, and we'll have some working supply. But, we'll only find out after I melt it. It'll probably be like half of what this is, maybe less.
I hand it off to him and say, go for it.
Alright.
Tell me how much of a pipe, after you finish it, tell me about how much you think you can make out of a, half a foot pipe.
Half a foot pipe? Yeah, sure. Let me just melt this down. Come back to me in
I think
a couple
how long
hours.
half a foot is.
Hey, Xander, give me a hand. And not with remnant. And so, they get to work.
I'm gonna go back to the inn.
Alright.
Let me know the drink.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the tavern then once I finish doing that.
Okay.
Why exactly did we get this engine?
So
I'm
you
just
got
here holding it now.
So you guys are trying to carry it into the tavern. You guys are like, wait, why are we carrying this thing again? So if you remember, you brought the engine to bring it over to Damascus and over to the tinkerer Ramul, who is going to try and work together with the local blacksmith, to repair your carriage so that you may continue over to the city of Bastion, where the political convention is going to occur.
All I heard there was there's lots of time to drink. What do you say? Just fixing our... So while they do that, I'll spend my time at the tavern.
Okay.
I say it's time for a third or seventh drink. I don't remember.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump into the tavern with them while he's melting down that adamantium to see how much we actually need.
Okay.
Percy, on an outside of game note, I'll tell you right now, the end goal, think the barrel of a small revolver.
Yeah, you want the makings of a revolver. I got you.
Yep.
All
But
right.
just so you know, that way you're aware of like how much we're looking for, like quantity wise.
I got you. No worries. I'm gonna make sure that you get one for sure this campaign.
If you've ever played 7 Days to Die, I think.
Yes.
Yep.
I got you.
End goal.
Got you, Chief. All right.
Perfect.
So you all spend your time in the tavern, passing the time by. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. So as you all spend your time at the tavern, Gwendolyn's Respite, enjoying your drink, celebrating a job well done, getting that generator out of the way, you see...
What the devil is that sound?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Something strange. Something strange. It sounds like it's yelling out of tin. You see that Jaral and Kelsier return back from upstairs to enjoy some more drink and food. It's been quite some time since they've last seen you today. At this point, it's coming to the early evening. And Jaral sees that you're all back in one piece and says, "Oh, that's a relief. You're here."
We got your engine.
How'd it go?
Oh,
they're working on it.
that's good news.
I think it went
Good to
fine.
hear.
And any trouble?
Not a scratch on any of us.
After he says, "What a relief," I'm gonna look at him and go, "Well, I mean, we had to come back. We still got a job to do."
Yes, of course.
For some reason I'm covered in glass and nuts and bolts, but besides that, nothing happened.
Oh,
No, I'm sure it's just the desert sand.
Yeah, sandstorm or something.
You probably tripped and fell while you were trying to walk your way over,
yes. Please do be careful.
throwing
out
that
there.
axe.
You never know what's underneath those sands.
I was trying to be cool, man.
Yeah, look where that got you.
It got me having to walk 30 feet for an axe. It's not that big a deal, all right? Don't look at me.
Took extra
Don't
time.
perceive me. And so
Took you a whole extra 10 minutes while we were trying to get that engine back here.
So, Ramon,
I'm almost sure it wasn't that long.
what else do we need? We need batteries, remnant batteries, in cans, like this. And he's like kind of gesturing his hands like downwards, like in claws, and like he's kind of like gripping his hand a little bit, like trying to express like cans. And he's kind of just like he's kind of salivating a little bit. He's a bit odd. Seems like he gets quite excited about his machinery, especially when it comes to his carriage. And so he then says, "Oh, well, I don't suppose you saw any glowing cans, did you?"
Afraid we did not.
Cans.
Friend.
I'll be right back for a second.
Okay.
Would have been good to know ahead of time.
I'm afraid we did not, my friend. However, I'm sure somewhere now, because I'd imagine that's not the only site that we can look. I'm sure we can find more.
I say, wait, does it really need to be cans? And I hold up one of the remnant rags.
So he says, no. We need something far more pure than that. Well, far more pure than that. We need
Okay. All right.
probably something like that, except 10 times more than that, crushed down, and then refined. And that should be enough for one battery. And we need 3.
You mean
I'm gonna look at him.
We need a whole ass factory, is what you're saying?
Well, yeah. Kind of.
I'm gonna look at him. I'm gonna look at him and go, "So, question. On a wild stretch, because I obviously don't understand how this stuff works. Your little carriage, what if instead of having 4, we put 1 in the front and 1 in the back, and then obviously you have that one in the middle? Because we still have 2 working areas, so what if we put 1 in the back and 1 in the front? Would that work, in your opinion?
Well, yes, if there were no winds, probably.
Hard time balancing.
Well, of course, we can make things to, you know, make it sturdy on the outside, but I'd imagine we don't necessarily need 4.
Maybe.
Would I be correct?
Yes, you might be onto something. And as you all are having this conversation, you know, you're talking about like theories about how you could like make the craft cheaper and speed up the process. Someone clambers in, a young boy, probably about like 8 or 9 years old, maybe if that. And he walks in, he darts around. He's standing right about here, and he kind of like looks around, and like it doesn't seem like anybody's like paying him any mind. He's like claiming, "Help! Help! Please, somebody, anybody!" And then like eventually kind of wanders away towards this corner here, and then approaches Kelsier and like tugs on his cloak.
Yes, boy.
I'm gonna walk over.
Please, sir, you have to help me. Please, my brother is in danger. And he holds up like a tiny like pouch of coins. It probably has maybe like 5 copper pieces in it. And he's like, please, I could pay you.
I look at him and say, how much copper is in it?
I have 1, 2, 3, 5. I have 5.
I want you to lead the way, but we're not going to take all of your money. If you'll give me 3, then we'll help you.
Okay, mister, here. And he hands you the 3 copper.
Right, you're joking me, right?
We go with him. Or I go with him.
Okay.
For sure.
I go with him too.
Does anyone else follow the boy out?
I do.
Noticed.
I'm sorry, a second.
I'm going with him.
Okay. And
I'll go, but as I head out, I'll look to Ramul and say, we got business to talk about when we get back.
All I'm gonna say, this is an outside of game thing, but my shopping list.
My shopping list. It comes with the copper.
Yes, the copper.
Okay, so you're talking about the VIP. Does anyone want to stay behind and guard the VIP?
I will stay behind. Vexnar will stay behind.
The drunkard.
Yes.
I'll go out.
I will stay behind at the bar. I will take the sacrifice.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay behind
I'm
too.
willing to make the sacrifice to be the only one that lives.
I want to talk to Ramul.
Okay, you got it.
I'll go.
All right. So,
Vexnar, I'm willing to sacrifice myself as the only person
I give Garal our key to the room.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I guess come along. I guess I could read you a story, I guess. Like she doesn't really know how to interact with any of you guys, so like she kind of just like awkwardly returns back to her room. But yeah, so the 3 of you,
Son of a peace song.
Kane, Zeal,
Excuse me.
and I'm working on the pronunciation. Kelsier, all follow the boy out. And the boy starts to explain himself, and we'll come back to Ramul here in just a moment. So my brother, they took him. I don't know where he is, but he went somewhere that way, and he points towards the north to the mountains beyond the outpost. And like he's like kind of like shaking, like trembling, like as if he had just seen something.
Who exactly took him?
These masked people. But black robes, silver masks. They came and they took him. They might hurt him.
You said silver masks? Are they like actual silver?
Sir, I'm 9.
Son of a gun, that guy.
Did they look like metal?
Yeah, shiny.
It's okay. I understand. Sometimes it's hard to tell. You want one of their masks once we're done?
Mm-hmm. And the boy like slightly nods.
Sounds like fun. Okay. And which way did you say they went?
That way. And he points towards the mountains to the north. So then I will go ahead and show you guys something real quick. This is a map of the Southern Spine.
I'm gonna look at him real quick and go, okay, bud.
So
they went north towards those mountains, those big rocks, right?
Yep. So you guys are right about here.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna send him back to the place we came from.
Okay. And the mountain.
Just so that he's not in danger.
Hey, boy, what's your brother's name?
His name is Xander.
What?
The blacksmith?
What?
Yeah, we'll get him.
Wait, didn't we?
It's been quite some time. You've been hanging out in the tavern, having conversation for a couple hours now, discussing how you're going to solve the carriage problem.
Okay, I was about to say, can we just walk over to the blacksmith shop and go, here you go, buddy? Okay, so Xander the blacksmith has been...
Yep, he's been kidnapped.
Cool. Then, yeah, I'm gonna have the boy... How many rooms did we have again?
So it's basically, it's a working amount of rooms. She's holding up to 7 for you guys, so however you guys want to split that, and then she'll give you back the change afterwards.
I'm gonna send the kid to whichever room is mine.
Mm-hmm.
Whichever room I'm staying in, and have him wait there for us, and tell him. And then I'm gonna tell him that if he needs anything, if he needs water, food, go talk to the bartender and tell her that I will pay the tab.
We might want to send them to the VIP because she's telling like stories and all that shit.
Oh yeah, okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, if she's telling stories, Sorry, I had to step away for a moment, so I didn't really know she was telling stories.
She's telling stories. I am drunk and enamored right now.
yeah, let's send her with the drunk and the VIP to listen to stories.
Yeah,
sounds great.
Oh, okay. Hi, miss. And Jaral kind of looks at the child, and she doesn't dislike children, but she just feels kind of awkward. She's like, "Hi, do you want to hear a story?" And she kind of looks at her book and then kind of blushes and then puts it away and then tries to find another book in her satchel. She's like,
I'm gonna walk over to her. I'm gonna walk over to her real quick and just kind of whisper where the kid can't hear. Just, hey, he's gonna chill here with you. We will be right back. You've got one of us to keep both of y'all safe. We'll be back in a little bit. Just keep them entertained, okay?
I'm not a babysitter, but...
Babysitter.
Fine. Just this once.
However, we're in a situation. If you can do this solid for me, it'll be great.
It's honestly you that should be doing favors for me.
I'll knock 200 off of how much you owe me.
Okay, deal.
At the end of this. Cool.
Consider it done. Alright. And so, two of you stay
I just gave up 200 gold for this fucking kid.
You did.
We need to talk about your spending habits.
My spending habits are okay, actually. I'm not as bad off as you'd think. I'll tell you that right now.
Alright.
What's
I
up,
might
Dark?
look like shit, but my bank does.
Fair.
So I would let off with 50. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that was like a no-brainer for her. 200 gold? Hell yeah. That's a good deal.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
Yeah.
200 is an automatic, okay. Versus, like, if I had said 50, she'd be like,
yeah.
Like, she would have given me shit.
Mm-hmm. So,
AKA shush money.
So, Jaral, Ramul, and Grundark, as well as Fexnar, all return up to the room, along with the boy. And she shares stories with him, occupying both the boy and the drunkard, while Ramul has a conversation with Grundark. And in the meantime, the other part of the party, Kane, Kelsier, and okay, I'm not gonna ask. Zeal, all head northbound towards the nearby mountain.
While we're walking, I'm gonna look at the party who knows that I just made that deal with the VIP and tell them, look, sounds dumb until you realize Xander's the blacksmith's apprentice. If we get him back, we're going to get a lot of free stuff from the blacksmith.
I think you overestimate how much he likes that kid.
Well, you know, you'd think, but he brings him around everywhere. Even if he might not like him, he acts kind of like a father figure. So I'm going to go out on a limb, if you will.
Fair enough.
All right. And so, you all venture forth up into the mountains. And...
Oh, we still all have our crystals with us, right?
Correct. You also have your crystals
Perfect.
on you, except for Grundark, who opted out for it. So he will be playing around other characters for protection.
If you don't mind
walls.
me, if you don't mind me retroactively, I would pass mine off to Grundark. If that's okay.
Oh yeah. Do you accept Grundark?
Didn't we stay behind?
Oh,
Aren't we
did
still-
Grundark stay behind?
Aren't
Yeah.
we stay? Aren't we still at the protecting the dignitary? Or...
Correct.
I'm going to get the kid. I don't know who else is coming with me.
Yeah.
I thought
a roll call.
I'm going with you.
So we have Kane, Zeal, and Kelsier, who are all following the boy, and then leaving the boy in outpost while they go northbound to go find Xander.
Grendark, are you coming with us?
No, I need to
Okay.
talk to Romuel.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Then yeah, then it's the three of us.
All right.
So then he wouldn't need the crystal.
Hold on. If Grundark's staying behind, then I'll go with the group that's venturing out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And don't forget, technically, Zarin is still here as well. He's just occupied with something, but he's still close.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
So they've got protection. So, Pexner, you want to come with us? That's definitely good.
All right.
Because that means you got
I
four of
will
us.
come along.
I'm just talking.
After another bottle.
After another bottle.
Bring the bottle to go.
As you
I
go.
can.
Oh, are you gonna pay for that?
Also, you think I'm spending money? Let's talk
Yes,
about
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm
Pexner's
sorry. I
drinking
apologize.
habits.
2 gold.
Yeah. Okay. Right away, miss. I apologize.
That's right.
Let's talk about y'all talking about my spending habits. How many drinks has Pexner gone through?
Okay, only 13.
Only 2 bottles by now.
That's on the low end for him.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying, like, y'all calling me out for how much gold I put down.
Listen, Grundark's living his best life, man. Or not
I know.
Grundark,
So am I.
Fexnar's living his best life.
So am I. So we're both big spenders at the moment.
Okay,
I
so
love it.
Fexnar, you then accompany them. Grundark, you are staying behind. The 4 of you, as you venture out into the mountains, you're not entirely sure what you're looking for, but you do know the general direction. Please roll me, for anyone who is leading, go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Not easy.
Would you also accept an investigation?
That is also fine.
Okay.
So,
Can I roll an investigation even though I already rolled survival?
Oof.
Nope. Once you roll survival,
Okay, I'll accept those terms. I'll accept those terms.
so what exactly should I roll?
Anybody who's leading?
survival,
Just because I followed this up before next round.
survival or investigation?
I'm just gonna assume. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume
Or
whoever gets the
What
highest.
should I go with? Because I can't do it directly from Beyond. I gotta do that next time.
Yeah, good question. Okay, so for you, probably investigation is going to be your best bet.
I guess I'm just gonna.
So roll
would I
D20.
be correct in assuming in whoever?
So what am I rolling?
You're going to be rolling a d20, and then we're going to be tagging on here. I'm actually checking. +4 for your investigation. So you rolled a 17. Okay. Fexar, Arcane, Zeal. Okay, so Kelsier. While everybody else is kind of just scratching their heads and they're kind of like taking different directions, like, oh, it has to be this way. There's no other way up. No, it's going this way. Okay, listen, you're both wrong. Clearly, it's this way. You notice a trail of feet, tracks even, followed by a singular line, as if someone was being dragged. And you notice this kind of veering off towards the northeast, further into the mountains, wrapping around.
I start following the path.
Okay.
I'm just gonna follow him. I'm gonna
where are
follow
you going?
whoever
I just
starts
follow
going
after.
somewhere.
I don't know where I'm going, but we're gonna find out.
Sounds good to me.
And so you all follow him around the mountain into what seems like a pass, very, very subtle, as it's quite narrow, only wide enough to fit each of you individually in a row, as you all follow your way through, snaking up the mountain, until you come across a clearing of sorts, with a singular cave off in the distance. And you all arrive here.
Real quick, because I got that one arm made of shit. What exactly do you think would be made out of?
So was this like meticulously made, or was this something that you meticulously made? So I'm going to say that it's made out of, we'll say it's high quality steel, similar to the steel that would be used to make any of your run of the mill blades. And then you have made your own bolts to hold it together out of a different material. We can discuss that material after session, if you would like.
Okay.
But generally, it's basically the same quality as, like, a short sword.
Yeah, I just wanted to do anything.
Hell nah.
And so
I can't do it because
you all come up. You all come up to this cave here that you see in the distance, and you arrive at the opening. And as you stand there, roll perception checks.
There we go. Oof.
God damn it.
Yeah, low rolls.
I'm trying to check.
We're just having too much fun singing.
Are we still doing D20s?
Yep. Go ahead and roll a D20.
He's not behind
Follow me, boys, follow me.
Oh, this guy thinks it's gonna be me.
Okay, well, I'm glad someone has it.
Alright.
And that's per. What are we rolling? Perception?
Yep, perception. Yep. So your perception
That's
is
21.
+3. Yep, 21. Kelsier, as you're looking at this cave, you notice that you can hear like the faint sound of feet, just barely, but you can barely hear the sound of feet. The sound echoing and growing and then fading away, as if someone is pacing back and forth. You also note that there's a faint glow of teal in random spots far off down into the cave.
Do I at least see the glows, like the glowing lights?
Mm-hmm. Everyone can see the initial glows here, but with Kelsier's dark vision plus his perception check, he can tell even further that there's even more.
Speaking of which, I'm so glad you would mention something like that.
Ah, yes, perfect. Okay, so then you also can see that there's more glows further down in this direction in particular, but you don't notice the other glows over here, at least not yet.
Cool. That's fine. I'm just
yeah.
If we're gonna be there.
I have dark vision as well.
Ah, there we go.
When in Rome.
Okay. So
I believe the information about the sounds and everything.
Okay. One more thing to note about your perception check. You've also, with such a high perception check, and your knowledge of the arcane previously in your background as a high elf, you can almost practically see right through this. You can tell that there's something wrong with this earth and ground right here, right where it turns from sand to dirt in this cave and just rock. You notice that this isn't really rock. That it's something else, but it's being disguised.
Never mind.
I relay all the information to them.
There we go. Perfect. I'm gonna take. Is there any small pebbles near us?
Oh, yeah.
I know my perception was like, dumb. But do I notice any pebbles near me?
Yep, plenty. There's one right here.
Perfect. Toss right into that since he said something.
So, as you throw the pebble in front of you, roughly to this area right here, you then notice that there is a ripple as suddenly the colors wash away, and what you once saw as dirt and rock and boulder was actually a disguised trap with a minor illusion laid into it. You actually have discovered that there is a sand pit that was...
I know you were holding that image for one of us.
Yep.
You were waiting.
And so...
Glad you relayed the info.
So you see that the sand pit is there. Unfortunately, you don't see any other way around it. It expands. I'll draw it out for you. It expands the width.
Look jagged?
Yep, the rocks are indeed jagged. They are climbable.
Oh.
Hey, I'm just kind of using a little infinite loading screen. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I'm gonna look at them. I'm gonna look at all our friends. And about how far is the sand pit?
Or how wide is it?
So it's about, I would say roughly 10 feet. It's 10 feet long, and it stretches the entire width of the cave entrance.
So where's it? I don't see your X.
Oh, so here, hold on. Let me swap over to here.
Right around there? Oh, it's right there.
Yeah,
okay.
So
I thought I was under the impression it was right here.
Yeah, so it starts from here, and then it stretches all the way to here.
Okay, cool. So I can go where I was. Okay. Yeah. Well, and you said there's dirt on the other side of it, right?
Correct.
Does the dirt look firm?
The dirt does not
in any
look
sense
burnt.
of the word.
Nope.
Not burnt.
Pebble
Firm.
and throw, after
Firm.
the sand pit.
Yes, it looks firm. You don't notice any disturbances, unless you would like to make an investigation check to closer inspect it, or at least to the best of your ability. From the distance.
I even told you before. I've never.
There we go. That's a better.
Okay, you don't notice anything. Okay, you don't notice anything abnormal with the dirt. It seems completely solid to you with no flaws.
Does it look like it could hold some weight?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm gonna take my grappling hook and throw it to like the far edge. I'm gonna try and aim for like right around here, just a little bit past the sand pit, you know.
Okay.
I don't know if you're.
So I'm gonna consider that
ping,
as yeah, I see your ping. I'm gonna consider that loose ground. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Strength?
Yeah.
15.
Okay. So you go ahead and you throw it across the way, and you manage to latch it against the ground. There's this slight divot that it manages to latch onto, and as you pull it back, at first you think it's going to come dislodged, but then just barely hangs on. So you now have a grappled anchor across.
So I'm gonna, while I'm holding the end of the rope, I'm gonna just lean back.
Okay.
And test to see if it can hold weight.
It holds.
Okay, and who's... I look around at the party. Who would be like the heaviest person?
Probably me. Probably Fexnar.
Okay, I'm gonna hand the rope to Fexnar and say, hey, grab this, lean back a little bit, see if it holds your weight.
Gotcha. I do that.
It holds.
Okay,
I'm gonna sit here as the anchor. I'm gonna help everybody across. By
hear me out. Hear me out for a second. I'm gonna hold on to the end of the rope because I still have 38 feet of rope, right?
All right.
And I'm gonna just kind of drop the middle of it into the sand pit.
Okay.
Okay. And then, so is that everything fine there? It just kind of drops into the sand pit.
Yeah, it kind of just drops into the sand pit, and you can see that the rope is slowly getting swallowed in by the sand. and just before it can get too far in, you pull it back with quite a bit of resistance, but enough that you can pull the rope back out. But it does try to suck the rope in.
So it is sucking it in.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna look around at the party and go, everyone noticed that, right?
I saw it.
So I'm gonna look at Fexnar. I want you to hold this. I want you to have it loose to where it just barely is just above the bottom of that sand pit. Okay?
I got you.
And so is Fexnar, are you doing that now? Right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold onto the rope and jump in and try and climb the other side.
Okay. So wait, you're grabbing the rope, or are you trying to jump on the rope?
I'm like holding the rope, but loosely, but enough that I'm still like touching it, and then I'm gonna try and jump as far to the other side as I can get it, and then grab onto the rope to pull myself out.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an acrobatics. Okay. Without much difficulty whatsoever, with the rope as your safety net, you go ahead and you jump across with ease, like a gazelle even, as you cross the span of the pit and reach the end. And you are standing at the other end of the pit.
So I'm going to look at all of them and go, okay, I'm going to hold grappling hook here. Now that I'm over here, I'm going to hold it into the ground, make sure it's still a good anchor. I want everyone to jump across and then climb up the rope to get up to me.
You two go first.
All right.
Yeah, Fexnar needs to be the last one over.
Kelsier and Kane, do you go ahead and jump across?
I'm just gonna climb on the wall across.
Okay.
Oh, we did all this to set it up for you.
I just don't trust the wall. If we already know there's a trap here, I just automatically don't trust the wall.
All right, Kane, do you climb across on the wall?
Yeah. I got 20 climbs. So
okay. So you go ahead and you climb along the wall, practically sideways. It's kind of weird. You're almost like a spider as you do it. A little bit
No check for that? I hate you.
No check.
There's no check for that?
The wall is not trapped.
For climb speed, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he has a climb speed. Like he's a tabaxi. He can just climb on the wall.
Yeah, fair.
I just climb shit, man. Do.
Yeah, you made for that kind of shit. A little bit of salt in my veins.
I'm sorry. It'd be like that. Okay. Kelsier, what do you do?
So, is there anywhere on the ceiling where I could, like, Indiana Jones style it?
Unless you have something you can makeshift another grappling hook, you do not.
Oh my god.
Now everybody's trying to climb the walls and shit.
Yeah,
everybody's trying to be Spider-Man.
I risk myself falling into the sand pit to set up this entire way for everyone to get up super easy. I'm like, you know what? If I die, I die. I'm gonna help everyone.
I didn't know if you still had it or not. I wasn't clear.
Yeah, no. Okay, so the whole way that it's set up, I'm holding the grappling hook in place, and the rope is dipping down into the sand pit, and Fexnar is holding the end of it, so that we literally have someone on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well then I cross that way.
Okay. So you go ahead and...
I wasn't aware that you had like that rope still there. I thought you were just across.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I left the rope there. It was made for everyone.
Yeah, there's a rope that's going across that's being anchored by 2 people right now.
It 100% just seemed easier for me to climb the wall.
Yeah, well, I mean...
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense. You're a tabaxi, you have climb. Him, he's like finding some way to not.
It's like I want to attach a rope to a spike,
reasons.
throw that spike in the ceiling, and...
Yeah, okay.
Alright.
Yeah.
So, you go ahead
and...
Oh,
by the way, to the tabaxi, are you now helping me hold the rope on my side?
Oh, I suppose I could. Did you need help?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you to help, just so we know for sure we're good.
Okay, what am I? I'm just holding this thing.
Yeah, just grab the rope and help me anchor.
Oh, okay. I suppose I could do that.
Yep.
All right. And so, Kelsier, you go ahead and you climb across with a little bit of difficulty as the sand is trying to like hold your legs down. But with the help of your allies and the rope there as your safety net, you're minimally exposed to the sand as it tries to cling to you. But you manage to make it to the other side.
Okay. Now that there's 3 of us here, this is the hard part. Okay.
Okay.
I look at Fexnar. Before you cross, we're taking all of the slack out and we're gonna pull you up immediately. You good with that?
I'm just gonna tie the rope around myself.
I look over.
Tie it around your waist.
I look over at the guys at the team and I go, "Oh, I got this," and I climb back across the wall and hold the rope.
Great.
That was amazing.
Okay.
Right,
Well, okay.
So what role do you want me to do? You want me to do
Okay. He's holding anchor.
I mean,
Actually, before we do this, you don't actually have to climb across because he already tied the rope to himself, so we can anchor. All 3 of us just need to pull.
Yeah, you can just literally pull yourself along. Like, you can jump as far as you can and just pull yourself along and get to the other side.
Yeah, all 3 of us are about to pull him up. That was the whole point of this.
I'll just climb back across the wall to help pull him up.
I honestly think that's so funny. It's like I got you guys.
Yeah, it's like there's a whole contraption here. He's just like, fuck y'all.
And he's just like skittering along the wall. It's like,
yeah, he's just like
Spider-Man this shit.
Yeah, he's fucking Spider-Maning this shit for you guys. All right. So after some deliberation, you all figure out how to get across. Back and forth with the tabaxi, skittering across the walls like a spider, back and forth, and eventually, with some ingenuity, some teamwork, and a little bit of claw work, you all manage to get across the sandpit. And at this point,
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and coil up my my rope and my grappling hook and put it away.
Okay. As you're all coiling your rope and getting your wits about you after you've gotten past the sandpit, we cut back to Gwendolyn's Respite, where we have a Grundark, who is deep in conversation. So, what you want to know?
Move myself back so that I'm not aware of this.
I couldn't help but overhear. You were saying that carriage of yours is worth like 60,000 gold, right?
Oh, yeah, 60,000.
And these, in my experience, should I hire a cart or carriage to get me a place and that carriage breaks down, that person pays for the repair costs. Seems like we're doing you an awfully big favor, finding these rare, expensive parts for you.
Yeah, I suppose so.
An honor compels me, and duty will see through that my job gets done. What about your end? We're doing honor and duty.
Are you extorting this fucking driver?
Wait, didn't you take copper from a small child?
No, I did.
Oh, I don't think.
No, I extorted the small child. He's extorting our child.
Oh, okay. That's true. You're doing a very massive favor for us doing this. It's definitely not an easy task, and it's definitely wasn't in the job description when you signed up at your guilds. I suppose you're looking for some compensation for that, no?
Maybe a favor for a favor. Seems like it's a bleak land, and what you got, a lot of people don't got. Maybe be a little more available for me and my friends later on when we might need to go from far to farther.
Well, listen, what did you have in mind? Did you want some kind of gadgets or weapons or armor? I'm a tinkerer for Merriman's Guild. I could help you. I'm practically the right-hand man of Jabral.
How about you just make your cart more available to my friends and I? We need to get around. We might need you. I come call on you.
I thought I was the extortionist in the party.
You charge money for trips, right? You just wouldn't charge us. I'm sure your services aren't free.
No, of course not. It's the top dollar for all
Maybe
of this.
you give us a better rate since we're going to get you back on your feet.
Of course.
Expense.
Yes, I can do that for you. I can most certainly do that for you. Normally I would charge 1,000 gold for the ride, but how about say 200 after everything's said and done?
What guild does he represent?
Merryman's Guild.
I'll put in my notes under organization. I'll put that Merriman's Guild. I'll put somewhere that I got a little contract. Merriman's Guild. I get a ride in this thing for 200 gold.
Yeah, Merriman's Guild in Rubica, the city southeast on the coast.
All right, you got a deal.
Yes. Well, I'm glad that we made this deal. It seems that you're all very committed to the job here, and you notice that he seems somewhat nervous. He's kind of like twiddling his thumbs a little bit, and he's kind of like shifting his view like from left to right.
Insight check.
Okay, go ahead and roll your insight.
Everything all right? I'll say as I make my insight check.
You can roll this one at advantage. He's very, very like honest, like hard on his sleeve. He doesn't hide very well. Okay. So with a 19, you notice that he seems like kind of concerned. Like he's constantly looking around the room, like trying to he's particularly paying attention to the people that you're not familiar with, like the people that you have not met in this establishment. And so he's kind of like darting his eyes around. He's like, well, listen, Gerald didn't necessarily tell you everything. There's more to the problem. There's a reason why we hired 6.
Maybe we go upstairs to one of the rooms to talk it over.
And so then, as you both make your way up towards the stairs, towards the back of the building to go up to the rooms, you hear a loud, horrified screech as someone is pleading for help above. And that is the end of the session. Oof. What is going on upstairs? What are our adventurers doing in the cave beyond? Will they be able to get out of this predicament? Find out next time on A Band of Blades.
I knew you were going to do this shit.
Hell yeah.
Thank you all.
Yeah. What a good spot to end. That's such a beautiful spot to end.
Yeah. And thank you all so much for playing Session 1 of A Band of Blades, Act 1
Absolutely.
of World of Initia.
Now we do have to ask the question.
Sure. What's the question?
What are we looking like XP-wise?
Looking like XP-wise? It's a good question. Because
what level?
With all that progression, we do milestone. You guys have all hit level 2 at this point.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. 2. Okay.
Yeah, so at the start of next session,
roll a d4.
Cave Crew will be level 2, as well as everyone who stayed back to pull security duty.
Oh, thank God.
At the tavern. Oh my God!
God.
I'll roll my d10.
Thank God for good rolls. Yeah, that's my health roll, by the way, for anyone who was wondering.
So Star, what everybody's doing right now is working on their level ups. Normally this would be through D&D Beyond or some other means that's much more comprehensive, but if you would like, I can help you with your level up, since the first time around it could be a little bit confusing to do. The easy part, oh my God, the easy part that we can do right now is roll for your HP, because every time that you level up, you gain HP as a result.
House rule, get to reroll.
So am I rolling? Hold on.
Yes, you get to reroll ones here. Especially because someone here has a -1 to their Constitution, you definitely are rerolling ones.
I have a -1 to my Constitution, but I got an 8, so I'll take it every fucking day.
Yeah.
Because that is 8 right back up.
So let's see. Let me double check and see what you roll for Artificer. I'll let you know here in just a moment, Star.
I know it's 1d8. I think +1. I remember that's why I put that. You can check for sure.
Yeah.
It's your hit dice plus your constitution.
Yeah, I have a +1.
And we are leveling up into rogue. So what do I get for level 2?
Yep, it's a D8 plus your constitution modifier.
So that's a 1.
Ah, thank God. I got my favorite fucking thing ever.
So I'm rolling a D8 +1. Am I adding that to what I already have?
Correct. You're adding it to your total HP.
Okay, let's see.
Ooh, not bad. Okay.
Favorite trait ever.
Okay, so I'm gonna change that then.
7. That's solid.
16. Perfect.
So, what did you all think of session 1?
It's good. That's fun.
Looking good.
I think it'll be better once I learn all the controls and shit.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a learning curve, but you did pretty good for your first session, Star. Kudos to you, sir. This is Star's first D&D campaign ever.
Pop the cherry.
Pop the cherry. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you all enjoyed. I'm very new to being a DM for D&D. I've played a decent amount as a player, but being a DM is a completely different experience. So if there's anything that you liked or didn't like, particularly about the way that the game was run, please don't hesitate to let me know. Even if it's not now, feel free to send me a DM. If you're like, hey, this is cool, keep doing this. Or like, I'd like to see more of this. And I'll see what I can do about incorporating those things.
Oh, God. Okay. Sorry, I'm struggling right now.
No worries.
I would like to see that I possess more magical items. Thank you.
More magical items? Okay. I must warn you, this is very much a low magic setting. So
all of them.
Of course.
Personally, I thought we were going to be level 4 by the end of the session, so I was kind of looking forward to that. But
yeah,
sure.
We need more. We're gonna need to hit those milestones a little faster, big boy.
With the way that it's going, like depending on how you guys play this, you guys might level up twice next session. Just a heads up.
Greedy or practical?
Both.
Exactly. 28 damage at level 1. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was fucking sick. I did not expect you to roll that much damage out. I was like, okay.
God, you were killing it on on the attack rolls. It was ungodly.
Yeah,
everything else rolls. Fuck us.
Yeah,
I'm just happy to say I'm Spider-Man now, so that's cool.
I hate you.
He's crawling around all over the place like a freaking maniac.
I was appreciative of even like, though it's like first session, how much I got done. Like, as much as I make the joke about a quote-unquote shopping list, I got so much done on getting the materials I need, which I appreciate.
Oh yeah, yeah. You definitely had pieces from a child. That was pretty funny.
Yeah. Shut up. I've definitely had campaigns though where like when I'm trying to do something, like make something, it takes years to get the material. Like it takes 5 sessions to get, and I'm already like a solid quarter of the way there.
Yeah, don't get excited yet. I didn't tell you how much adamantium you're gonna need to make that 6-foot pipe. Not 6 foot.
Yeah.
6-inch pipe.
Well, here's the other thing. I also realized 6 inches might be more than I need. Because I was looking like on actual, like while I wasn't playing, I was looking on Google to find actual amount, like sizes, and it's actually looking closer to like a 4-inch to 5-inch pipe, which is nice. Because I don't need like a barrel. My goal is make a revolver, because fun for the whole family. The minute you said that sword exploded because he put remnant in it, I'm like, bet.
Yeah, that's
because I'm like thinking, no gunpowder, cool.
Yeah. And this is also common knowledge to all of you from the Southern Spine. Gunpowder doesn't exist in this area. That doesn't mean that like it doesn't exist at all. It's just in this area it doesn't exist. It's like why rely on that when we have all this remnant? They're like literally bleeding remnant out their ass in this region.
Exactly. So like I can use remnant in place of gunpowder.
Correct.
So this is kind of a meta question, but pure curiosity. the extra materials that I'm trying to get from the guy, because I've already been like slowly kind of convincing him into changing the configuration so that there's so much extra material. The stuff that he uses to kind of push the remnant down, could that replace the dragon scale?
I cannot answer that question at this time.
Oh, yeah, and that's fine. I'm perfectly okay with that answer. I just figured I'd ask because I think that's kind of where my head's at for like moving forward with it. I'm gonna see if I can get that material and replace the dragon scale, since he's already agreed to give me some of the extra material.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
I guess
he says he's not using dragon steel.
Okay, Star.
Well, that's the other thing. I don't know what he's using, but he's agreed to let me use it. He's already agreed to give it.
Yeah, that's true. He did. All right, Star. Sorry, as you were saying.
So I have like that metal arm. Would that, like, could I shoot a gun with it, or like would the remnant like still react from that close?
The remnant would react because you're practically touching it. It's a part of you. The device would work, but you'd have to detach it from yourself, and then it would start working. So someone else would have to activate it, or you'd have to rig something to activate it from a distance.
I couldn't just hold it with the metal arm.
Correct. It doesn't. You can't hold it or have it attached to you. It'll short out and
I do appreciate that Star heard me basically describe a bullet and a casing without ever actually fully getting it.
I like that. +1 on the RP over there, just like explaining very vaguely what it was.
They don't know what it is, and I think RP wise, and like that's the other thing I've kind of noticed as you with a DM. If we're fully in RP and we give an idea, but it's realistic in the terms of the world, you're pretty open to it, and I absolutely love that.
Oh yeah, like I am very, very huge into RP. So like if you can throw something at me like lore wise or just RP wise that makes sense, like I'm all for it. Like I'll improvise around it.
And so that was like my whole goal with that. It's like, this is a world where this isn't a thing, so let's describe it in a way that would make sense with this world. Like that was my main goal when I went in and started talking to him.
Yeah, Damascus doesn't mind making what you ask of him, since it's pretty simple. It is a tube. It would be expensive, and it would have to be reinforced so it doesn't explode in your hands, because he's not like his apprentice. He's not just going to give you a product that might kill you.
Yeah. And so like my whole thing with it is like, I'll RP the hell out of that if I can get it.
Absolutely. So Star,
I just found that more fun.
At level 2 as an artificer, you unlock infuse items. Now, I'm not too familiar with artificers and how they work. Do you remember what infuse item does, Shad?
He gets to pick up 2 items from a first level artificer list that he can copy, magical items, so like a bag of holding.
Ah, yeah, there it is. Yeah.
There's a first level list. And then once you get higher levels, you get higher level infusions. You're essentially just copying items.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. At 2nd level, you've gained the ability to imbue mundane items with certain magical infusions, turning those objects into magic items. Infusions known. When you gain this feature, pick 4 artificer infusions to learn. You learn additional infusions of your choice when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown in the infusions known column of the artificer table. So
I just realized we have an artificer.
You do.
Yep.
That's a very, very valuable character to have.
We have the ability to make a D&D nuke.
I honestly remembered that meme, and I was like, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh God, can I make a request?
I'm not going to say anything
you
is
make
impossible.
A nuke, I will slay you.
Yeah, I won't say that anything is impossible in this world. Just know that this is a living world. Depending on the choices you make, may directly influence other campaigns. There are 5 of them total that are in the same.
Oh, that's even better. Wait, so I have a purely hypothetical question. If we fuck up enough, is there a chance we fight one of the other parties?
I cannot answer that question at this time.
He is getting mad
That's
with
a
power.
yes. That's a yes. Okay, Star, you're the artificer, right?
Yep.
I want you to get enlarge reduce as soon as possible, isn't it? As a magic you can infuse it. Or a spell slot storage. Or a spell slot storage. Both will work.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is fully meta because we're not in session anymore.
Yeah. I'll never say anything is impossible, but there are certain things that are improbable in this world.
I'm gonna fully ask you this straight up because we are out of session.
Okay.
Enlarge reduce rings to to all 6 of us. An object falling from a height of roughly, let's call it 150 feet. Enlarged 6 times.
Oh, this trick.
D&D
nuke. I mean, yeah, that would work.
Because spells can...
You're gonna do the Cobra Commander thing?
Yeah, like where you basically like you get launched up in the air, you enlarge yourself, you land on the ground, and then you make yourself small again. You repeat.
No, my thought, if y'all have ever seen Rogue DMs, the TikTok skit that went on for like a little while, there is a way that you can use enlarge reduce multiple times, and it's not on yourself; it's on an object that's plummeting with gravity.
Yeah, so
the way gravity works,
use velocity and everything to
the way gravity works in D&D. Gravity works in D&D. It has an AOE damage if it's a large enough object, and so you make a giant object, and then you.
Did you ever see G.I. Joe 2 the movie?
Oh yeah, okay.
When they dropped the tungsten rod from orbit onto Paris?
The rod from God.
Same deal.
Yeah.
Same deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's that general.
I remember seeing a thing where you had like a gun, like a musket, and you attached like a ring of enlarging like at the end.
Yes.
And
that's another thing, because if we remember, I'm working on making a gun. So
I mean, I also want a gun, so that's...
And you're working on both of us, so yeah, if you can, I would definitely have, as an artificer, one of the things that you have the ability to do while you're leveling up is make items that can store spells.
Okay.
Make items that can store spell slots, and it would purely be like we could make a ring, store a spell in it, and then since the spell has already been, you've already met all of the prerequisites of making the spell that ring is stored in. Once it's stored in like that object, what happens is you can actually cast that spell out of that object without using a spell slot, without using any of the prerequisites, basically.
Yeah, and it's actually good that you guys are thinking about like getting strong early on, and I'm gonna highly encourage it, because there will be trials ahead that will require immense strength.
If any of y'all have like any ideas like for me to be a more efficient person, hit me up. Let me know.
Bro, there's very few wrong ways to play D&D. So.
Yeah, there's...
No. I know that. I'm just saying, like if you have an idea, and if like my character can help you, like I'd like to.
So I'm going to link. I'm going to link a YouTube.
Okay.
And I'm going to link you a YouTube, and in the Band of Blades chat, as an artificer, and actually, if the whole party wants to watch this, that's perfectly fine. But what this will do is, this guy's actually, one of my favorite things that he does is he opens up a lot of the things that you can't really do easily in D&D, but they still fall within the 5e rules. And so it basically it's just a good thing to get like ideas of how certain ways you can play, certain things you can do, and he kind of tests the limits of the 5e rules, which is why I personally love him. Like he's one of my favorite YouTubers to watch for D&D. The other person I would watch, if you're interested in like you can see D&D. Star, you said this is your first D&D session, right?
Yeah. Real quick, Percy, you still streaming?
Yep, I'm still streaming right now. What's up?
Oh, shoot. Okay.
I was just asking because this is getting kind of off topic at this
okay.
point.
Yeah, and you're right. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. Before I do, I'm just gonna go ahead and say thank you to all the people who followed here. Lady Dree, thank you for the follow. Blake, thank you for the follow. And Garamon coming in clutch. He's currently driving over to see his wife and kid. Thank you for the follow. Dux Eterna, thank you for the follow. Follow Fish, thank you. Star Creator, yo Star, thank you for the follow here. Papista, thank you for the follow. Happiest Pyro, thank you for the follow. Chrism, thank you for the follow. Alright, and with that, I will go ahead and end the stream. Thank you all for watching this session 1 of A Band of Blades.